Morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently March the 22nd. I'm your head market trader here. All right, lots to discuss. We have the dollar absolutely ripping, breaking out today to the upside. So that's putting equities under a little bit of pressure. Things are negative in the pre-market. You did have them initially positive, and then everything kind of turned sour. But they are trying to catch a little bit of a bid off the lows. Right now, I am seeing Apple up 0.5%. So those 172.50 calls that we swung overnight should get in the money for us. So I'm going to be looking to secure some profits on those Apple 172.50 calls. You can see here we're writing NVDA 910 puts as well, expiring today. And then keep in mind we also have $41 puts on TNA. So small caps right now are the worst performing indice in the pre-market. Across the board, you have NVIDIA down 0.3, you have Microsoft down 0.14, AMD down 0.24, Tesla getting rocked right now, down 3.4%, SMCI down 1%, Bitcoin down 2%, MicroStrategy down 4.33%, Coin down 2.23%, Mara down 2.7%. Believe it or not, Bitcoin will hit some support at 63.5, so about another $700-800 lower. And then I will look for a potential reversal on some of these intraday crypto stocks. But I am looking for further downside in semis. They are under a little bit of pressure. We're obviously watching Lululemon, Nike, and FedEx. Those are both on watch for day trade longs. And FedEx also maybe a bit of a scalp short. But in terms of Lulu's having a big gap down, currently trading at this 416.79 zone. So first things first, I mean, we have a 618 fib just from this initial breakout rally point low all the way to your high. That's your 618 retrace. You also have this upsloping trend line that takes you back to March of 2023. So it's about a year trend. It's a 1 year trend line, and you actually pierced it, hit this level in the pre-market. So, for around 413 was kind of your low in the pre-market. You're now bouncing to about 415. Daily 200 is sitting at this 421. If you look at the weekly chart, you also have the weekly 50 MA. So a lot of support here on Lulu. The question is, though, do we get a little bit of a flusher in the opening? But I am looking at longs. Just keep in mind that we are at the top of this channel, but we could even dip all the way down to about, let me just isolate it down. We could dip all the way down to about 408. So just keep these levels on watch, but there is a lot of support in this range at the moment. So I'm looking at longs on Lulu, calls on Lulu, maybe even like 420 calls today. Again, swinging these NVIDIA puts, swinging the IWM TNA puts. All right, right now Nat Gas is also under pressure, down another 1.78%. Oil strong today. So in terms of headwinds, you have two of the biggest headwinds. You have oil positive and you have the dollar positive. Those two things simultaneously tend to trump all types of tailwinds and headwinds. But at the moment, yields are down across the board pretty sharply. 10-year down 1.6, 20-year down 1.46, 2-year down 0.9. So a lot of pressure this morning on yields. I just want to take a quick peek at regionals to see how they are doing. Let's just take a peek. Yeah, KRE is slightly down, and that's on the fact that rates are down. So these 910 NVIDIA puts are in the money. Apple's almost in the money. Started following Lulu in February. Glad I didn't buy. Yep, definitely. Any preferred silver stocks or ETFs to go along? Not yet, Chris. You just had the dollar breakout, so that's going to put pressure on the overall equity markets and commodity baskets as a whole, silver especially. You did have an hourly chart breakout. You also had a 4-hour chart breakout out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. You have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder, clear breakout, 1, 2, 3, 4-hour candles above. Typically you do retest, and then upside target is about 105.89, maybe 106 whole number. So I mean, right now, just be patient with silver. Just be patient with silver. My members will get some buy opportunities along the silver train right now, but you can see silver put in that bearish engulfing right off the top of that wedge. So silver's not ready to break out yet. I expect a minimum retrace back to these cluster of moving averages and potentially even the low end of the range. And if the dollar goes where I think it's going to go, I actually have a downside target of about 19, just above 19 bucks on silver. So again, just be patient with this one. All right, so we'll keep Lulu on watch. Let's keep Lulu. So it's a little bit of a gap down in the morning already. A gap down will be observed in the morning. QQQ support really lies around today 443.60-ish. 443. Ooh, big dip there on Apple, guys. That was a hard dip there on Apple. Look at that candle down. That definitely hinders the Qs just a tad. Just a tad. Lulu trying to make new pre-market lows, so look at that. Look at that. VIX is slightly green. IWM catching a little bit of a bounce. So really, Apple's one of the only mega caps that's positive in the market at the moment. I mean, Meta's slightly green and Google's actually slightly green, so I stand corrected. But oil up 0.67% yet again. What's Eli Lilly doing? Slightly green. Canopy or marijuana stocks, Canopy Growth seeing another bid. Adobe getting hit again, down 0.7. So a lot of weakness to start the morning session. We'll just see how it carries into the afternoon. Right now, indices are catching a bid. Look at Lulu going lower. So I'm just going to adjust this pre-market low. So again, good thing that we haven't entered yet. But Lulu keeps going lower. FedEx has also pulled from its highs, hit almost 300 now, trading about $11 lower. So FedEx is also being faded at the moment. No, I haven't taken any trades yet. I'm looking at Lulu, and I'm looking at FedEx, Nike. We're riding Apple 172.50 calls, which went in the money there just briefly, and then you saw a big dip. We're also riding NVDA 910 puts, and then the IWM TNA puts. So we're just going to take it slow this morning, see how things want to open up. Again, dollar strong at the moment. Apple was much, much stronger until just had that big dip. I do think Apple still can get gobbled back up. All right, I'm switching everything back to the regular trading session, but eyes on Lulu, NVIDIA, Apple. I think that we can probably look for about, I'm just going to mark this daily 200 MA on Lulu, because that's going to be a big resistance point. You're slicing through that daily 200 MA. So, I mean, there's always a chance we can retest. That would be a pretty big move back up. You know, if we get a retest from current levels back to the 200, that's roughly about a 2%, $8 move. Let's go SOXL, shorter puts. Well, I mean, we're still riding our SOXS from yesterday. So we still have that on the table. And we have NVIDIA 910 puts. But look at this Lulu capitulation. I mean, wow. Pretty heavy. Just going to draw in some additional support levels because we are starting to overshoot here. There's another gap fill pretty much trading down there. All right, guys, 2 minutes till the open. I'm going to settle in. Big wick there on Lulu. Pretty sizable wick on Lulu. All right, guys, let's get ready for this market open. Bitcoin's catching a small little bid at the open. Bitcoin is catching a small little bid. You can see Lulu had a really big stick up again. Lulu had a really big stick to the upside there. Nice dip. Now getting bought right back up. Apple slightly green, NVIDIA negative. Microsoft just turned green, AMD still negative. SMCI down 1.6 still. AVGO slightly green. All right, guys, markets are set to open here. Markets are set to open. Lulu is getting bought right back up. Sand, something for the watchlist has been on my mind as the brand value has been strongest among European banks. Okay, we'll take a look at that later. All right, guys, markets are open here. Markets are open. Initial dip on Apple, pump on NVDA. Russell's coming in. Apple's pushing. Still not in Lulu. I'm just waiting. Looking at Apple. Looking at these Russell puts. All right, guys, Apple's pushing up. Apple's pushing up. I'm still writing those 172.50 calls, which are almost in the money. They're almost in the money here. NVIDIA writing 910 puts. JP Morgan's crossing the 200 psychological number. NVIDIA 910 puts are in the money. Qs are falling here. Qs are falling. I'm still just waiting on things. Still waiting on Lulu. Still waiting on Apple to get in the green. NVIDIA briefly dipped into the money there on those puts. Coming in now. Lulu's still struggling here. Trying to see some buyers coming in. Russell 2000 just got a really big bid. So the IWM caught a massive bid there. Retracing to the head and shoulders neckline. So we got to watch for that. Semis are catching a small little bid. MicroStrategy is catching a bid. Come on, Apple. Press higher here. MSTR catching a really big green stick to the upside. NVIDIA is still really strong. Microsoft's dumping here. So Microsoft is really dumping hard. Google's gapping up and coming in pretty hard here at the moment. Apple getting rejected. Russell 2000 still trying to firm up. Look at the rejection on Apple, guys. Still waiting on Lulu. I think we could see a little bit more of a dip. Come on, NVIDIA. Flush below 910 again. Should have had an opportunity to secure those puts, but did not. Still think we could see some pressure in the semis, but they are catching a bounce. FedEx is being faded. Lulu's still trying to bounce here. Apple's still trying to press. NVIDIA is getting a big wick. Russell 2000 is falling again. So the TNA puts are slightly green. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up here. NVIDIA looks like it's trying to break out. Nat Gas, yep, testing the lows from yesterday, absolutely. Look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA's ripping. Apple's falling sharply. Russell's still coming in, guys. So the IWM, still no trade on Lulu, guys. Still no trade on Lulu. But remember, we're still holding that RWM and the TNA put. I'll actually flip to the TNA chart, since that's where we have put options. We're writing 41 puts on TNA. Hopefully they can get in the money today. Remember, they are looking pretty juicy at the moment. NVIDIA is still strong. Apple weak, Microsoft weak. Meta's breaking down here. Interesting pop on GME, GameStop. I'm just still focusing on Lulu, Apple, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still remaining firm. Bitcoin's testing new lows, so MicroStrategy is under a whole host of pressure here. FedEx got absolutely faded. NVIDIA is still strong, up 0.16% on the session and holding firm. Come on, Apple. Take us to the promised land. Apple's just getting walloped here to the downside. NVIDIA is getting a pump. Look at NVIDIA go, trying to break out here of this little formation. Russell's still coming in a little bit. Q's, S&P, Russell still all negative. Dollars trying to press higher here. See if NVIDIA can get that breakout. SMCI catching a really big bid. Microsoft bouncing. So again, no bounce on Apple yet. No real bounce on Apple yet. NVIDIA is pressing, guys. NVIDIA is absolutely pumping here. What a bounce in NVIDIA. Bitcoin new lows. Bitcoin new lows. Trading at 63.6. It's actually coming up into support. CGC is a beast. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Everything's getting a bounce here except for Apple. Go figure. Look at NVIDIA pumping. NVIDIA is trying to break out here. Still no bounce in Apple. Qs have got a little bit of a bid. Russell's catching a bid. Wow, Apple's just so weak. Can't get out of its own way. A lot of distribution still coming into Apple. Oil's actually falling a little bit here. Tesla's still under pressure, trying to hold 167. Lulu's still at the lows, trading at 407 on Lulu. NVIDIA is still pumping. Bitcoin's catching a little bit of a wick now. So right now, everything's negative except for really NVIDIA. All indices are green except for the Qs. Lulu's still busting through heavy support here. Lululemon is busting through heavy support. I'm staying away for now because it just keeps getting sold into at the moment. Russell 2000 making a big move up. Look at TNA. TNA is coming up into resistance. It is trying to press higher here. Still have a downside target on TNA of about 40.67. As long as we stay underneath these trend lines, you will have this resistance here. You can see TNA is actually trying to get through this little resistance pivot right now. Apple's still struggling. Qs are coming down again. A little bit more selling. Bitcoin still at the lows. So NVIDIA is seeing some accumulation, potential little flag pattern unfolding on NVIDIA. Amazon's weak, Bitcoin still selling. Lulu's now catching a bid, guys. Lulu is now catching a bid. Tesla's firming up. All right, big bounce coming into the market here. NVIDIA's back testing pre-market high. Big bounce on Lulu coming in. Apple's making new lows on the session. Dollar's actually curling down a bit. Apple testing new lows still. We have the Russell peeling away. NVIDIA hitting some minor resistance. Amazon selling pretty hard, down 0.5%. Tesla's still trying to hold 168 now. Microsoft has triggered a little bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. Google's still pushing up. NVIDIA's still firm. Apple weak. Russell's now coming in. Again, at the moment, all indices are negative. Right now, Qs are still the weakest, but you have strength across some of the semiconductors. A little bit of sell side pressure coming back into NVIDIA, but still remaining firm. Can you talk about SMCI and your expectations? Yeah, SMCI is trading at 966, currently underperforming NVIDIA and underperforming the Qs. All right, Russell 2000, big move down on the Russell. Again, we're riding $41 puts on TNA. Still riding 910 puts on NVIDIA. 172.50 calls on Apple are kind of taking us to the woodshed at the moment. SMCI is falling now. I think SMCI is still going through a distribution phase. Still think there's a scenario we can see a rotation out of NVIDIA back into Apple. Apple's getting quite depressed in this zone. Guys, I just added to my Apple calls, 172.50 calls for today. Still looking for TNA to move down to 41. Lulu's at the lows, under pre-market low. Really no bounce yet in Lulu. That's quite concerning. Come on, Apple. Catch a bid. Wake up, Apple. Russell's still coming in pretty hot. Apple's still trending lower here. Alright guys, I just took some Lulu 410 calls. Lulu 410 calls. Still riding these Russell puts, RWM. TNA is almost in the money, guys. If we hit that 4110 level, I will be securing those profits. Lulu's still coming down. All right, let's look at Lulu now. So Lulu's actually busting through many support levels, but I took 410 calls, only 3 cons. I will look to add to the position. Wow, Lulu's still trending lower, guys. NVDA is now coming in. Still looking at TNA, riding Apple 172.50s, riding 910s, riding 410s on Lulu. 410 calls on Lulu. Come on, Apple, get your butt up there. Dollar's still softening a little bit. Lulu keeps heading lower. So my average on Lulu is, I have 5 cons, 265 average, 410 calls, 0 DTEs. 265 a con is my average on Lulu. Looking for a move back to 410. Russell 2000, that TNA is almost at 41. Almost at 41, guys. Almost at 41. So again, we're still riding that RWM. We're still riding SOXS from yesterday. Still riding TNA $41 put, which is coming in nicely. Right now, the Russell's bleeding, which is why a lot of the small caps are actually very weak. Bitcoin making new lows here, guys. Good for our MicroStrategy trade. Bitcoin is making new lows here. Russell contracts are now at 30 cents. I got them at 23 cents yesterday. So they're at 30 cents on TNA. Looking for them to go in the money. All right, I just added one more contract to Lulu here. Alright guys, I just closed the Russell at 30 cents a con. TNA put I just closed at 30 cents a con. Nice little trade there. Nice little trade there. Still riding that RWM. That's heavily in the money. I do think that the Russell put will get in the money, but I just like to secure some profits off the open. We can roll it back into other trades here. Yep, still got RWM. That's performing really, really nicely. Really nicely on RWM. Lulu's not performing too well at the moment. You know, trading at $1.58 a con. Should get a bounce at some point. Let's just see where we're trading at, relatively speaking, right now. I mean, there is a potential that Lulu wants to go for this gap fill down here, but you're getting extreme oversold here. Alright guys, I just sold half of my down a little bit, hugging that neckline. SMCI is weak at the moment. Bitcoin's still super weak. Bitcoin's into this little bit of a support zone here. You know, it makes me think that we can look for some MicroStrategy longs at some point. Apple trying to firm up here. Down heavy on Apple at the moment. I still think it can firm up. Lulu's still trying to put in a little bit of a rally here. I just picked up one more contract on Lulu. Still riding 410 calls on Lulu. Average is sitting at 238, so down decently on the position at the moment, but it really hasn't had any sort of a bounce yet. Apple's trying to catch a bid off the lows here. Right now, NVIDIA is really the only mega cap positive on the session, along with Google. Google's absolutely flying up to the high side. So Google is flying to the high side at the moment. Pretty big bid coming into Apple. MSTR is trying to firm up. NVIDIA is pressing higher. AMD is still negative. SMCI is down %. Bitcoin down 3. MicroStrategy down 5. Coin down 4. Mara down 4. Apple's trying to press higher. Dollar's softening just a bit. Lulu's making new lows, guys. New lows on Lulu. Bitcoin's still dumping. Heavy sell side pressure in Bitcoin. I'm looking at 1540 calls on MicroStrategy once Bitcoin hits support. It's not quite there yet, but getting kind of close. Alright guys, I just took 1540 calls on MicroStrategy. 1540 calls on MicroStrategy. Come on, Apple. Press. Come on, Lulu. Press higher. Bitcoin's still dumping here. Come on, Bitcoin, get a bounce. Dollar's trying to trickle lower here. Lulu's still trickling. Lulu's now down 16.87%. Crazy move. No bounce yet in Bitcoin. No bounce yet in Bitcoin. Apple trying to firm up. NVIDIA still strong. MicroStrategy still selling off here pretty sharply. Lulu's coming up into gap fill at the moment. Big drop there on MicroStrategy. All right, guys, I just added another contract to Lulu. Down about 50% on it right now. My average is sitting at 206. 206 a con. 206 a con. We're seeing Apple trying to press. Bitcoin, still no bounce on Bitcoin. Still no bounce. Those TNA puts are almost in the money. Those TNA puts are almost in the money. If you're still holding, nice job. Apple's trying to firm up, so is NVIDIA here. Still no bounce in Bitcoin, guys. It's just hovering at this 63,000 level. Looking kind of heavy at the moment, to be honest. All right, here comes a little bit of a bounce starting to occur in Lulu. A little bit of a bounce starting to occur. MicroStrategy, Bitcoin, still no bounce. Now breaching 63K on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's definitely getting quite oversold in this region. Quite oversold. All right, guys, I just took more profits on the RWM. Still holding a little bit of runners. Still holding a little bit of runners. Dixie's curling down just a tad. Just added to my 910 put on NVIDIA. So Lulu's still super weak on the session, Lululemon. Really no bounce is being observed yet. MicroStrategy is trying to firm up here, guys. All right, there goes MicroStrategy. NVIDIA is also trying to press. Apple's still super weak. NVIDIA is trying to press higher. Amazon's catching a really big bid. Tesla still down 2.5, AMD down 1.5, NVIDIA still positive, Microsoft negative, Apple negative. Bitcoin trying to bounce at 63,000. Keep a close eye on Google. Yep, keep a close eye on Google. MSTR is trying to move up. Again, we're writing 1540 calls. 1540 calls. NVIDIA is just a beast right now. Lululemon trying to perk up just a tad. Wow, look at NVIDIA go, guys. That one's definitely kicking our butt a little bit. Waiting on Apple, waiting on Lulu. Q's, S&P all trying to bounce here. Big bounce on Amazon. Really big bounce on Amazon. Bitcoin trying to hold the 63K level. MicroStrategy still trying to press higher here. Lululemon right back down to the lows. Filling that gap right now. MicroStrategy is continuing to try to press higher, about 13 bucks away. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Russell's still lagging at the moment. Monster move on NVIDIA. Definitely a monster move on NVIDIA. Apple's trying to firm up now. New lows on Lulu, new highs on NVIDIA. Still a monster at the moment. Apple's really pressing here. So Apple's really trying to press higher. Bitcoin is trying to bounce. Here comes a bounce potentially in Lulu. Still have the SOX ETF slightly negative. SOX is slightly negative. Apple's really pushing. SPY's flat, Q's flat, Russell down 0.47. Bitcoin again is pushing. MicroStrategy, keep that on watch. My average on MicroStrategy is sitting at 24.30 a con, 24.30 a con. Currently trading at 29.15. Those calls are almost in the money. 1540 calls are almost in the money. All right, MSTR approaching, a couple bucks away. Those calls did just go in the money and they're still bouncing. Lulu's catching a nice little bounce at the moment. Cons are at 119, 110. Pressing. NVIDIA is just ripping here. Bitcoin's still super weak at the moment, still trying to run into some pressure. NVIDIA's now at 1.2, AMD's lagging, Tesla's still lagging. Lulu caught a little bit of a bounce, trying to press higher here on Lulu. All right, guys, I just added a couple more cons into NVIDIA here at this resistance. Did just add a couple more cons. Qs are actually coming in now. So a potential little reversal transpiring in a few of the mega caps. NVIDIA did put in a 1 minute engulfing candle at the top of that range. A little bit of a 1 minute engulfing candle. Still really, really strong, NVIDIA. Still phenomenally strong at the moment, outperforming the market as usual. Still looking at Apple 172.50s, riding those 410 calls on Lulu. MSTR 1540s went briefly in the money. Bitcoin still quite oversold. I do expect Bitcoin to retest 64K, which should help our MSTR 1540 calls. All right, MSTR is now $2 in the money. I want a little bit more. Looks like if it breaks this 1545 range, I mean, you could push back up to about 1565. That's certainly a plausible scenario. All right, finding some near-term rejection there. Russell new lows, guys. Russell's making new lows. So again, that RWM is working out quite nicely at the moment. Bitcoin's still trying to bounce here, but ever so weak on the session. Ever so weak. SMCI turned slightly green there. So SMCI is green. NVIDIA coming in a little bit. Apple's still trying to bounce here. Still have Apple just slightly green on the session. Again, Apple's slightly green on the session. Qs are potentially putting in what could be a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. Obviously, we haven't triggered the neckline yet, so we're watching that. Voice clarity is not great. Appreciate if you can type a short text, especially about QQQ. So, oh yeah, Ram, I know you're flying on a plane right now, right? That's why the voice clarity is not the greatest. It's a little tight. MSTR 1540 call. Yeah. Put. Bitcoin's continuing to see some sellers at the moment. Bitcoin is seeing some more sellers. Tesla's actually ripping here. So Tesla's firming up quite nicely on the session. Guys, I just added a couple more cons to Lulu there. NVIDIA's still trying to press. Wow, what a beast. What a beast. It's interesting is you still have the SOX negative, but NVIDIA's just outperforming in a world of its own at the moment. Hey, Michael, welcome, welcome, welcome. Google's at 151 resistance at the moment, so you are seeing a little bit of a fight right now with Google. MSTR still trying to wait for these 1540s. We've briefly been in the money, but Bitcoin's still exceptionally weak. Exceptionally weak. Are the Russells getting a nice little bounce here? I just closed my RWM, guys, from yesterday. Took profits on the full position. RWM I did close. Still have Lulu trying to bounce off this 400 zone. Really struggling at the moment. MicroStrategy is also struggling. Bitcoin's coming down some more. NVIDIA is still consolidating near the highs, trying to push even higher at the moment. Microsoft's looking a little bit weaker today, putting in a bear flag underneath resistance. Meta 500 puts look enticing. NVIDIA is still pressing here. Wow. Quite remarkable strength again in NVIDIA when semis are actually technically weaker on the session. But definitely seeing some strength in the semis, in NVIDIA, sorry. Qs are weakening here. Qs are weakening just a touch. Just a touch. Bitcoin's still lagging. NVIDIA is just a monster right now, still trying to press and press and press. It's looking like a little bit of a breakout attempt here on NVIDIA again, which could push it to new highs. Very interesting. SMCI, AMD is still weak on the session. AMD is still weak on the session. Microsoft peeling away, coming down. Yeah, I'm writing still some puts on NVIDIA. Down on the trade pretty decently at the moment. Had a brief moment in the early morning session to take profits, and I didn't. And that's definitely not helping the situation at the moment. But NVIDIA still could retest 910 level today. Still writing 172.50 calls on Apple, 1540 calls on MSTR. But Bitcoin's still losing 63K. It tried bouncing, having a minor bounce, but just looking exceptionally weak. Exceptionally weak. Bitcoin retesting 63K, coming in a little bit more now. Apple's still struggling. Google's still holding firm. SMCI slightly negative. Microsoft down by 0.4. Apple down by 0.1. NVIDIA up 1.5. So continued strength in NVIDIA, right? Continuation strength in NVIDIA is being observed. Big bounce in MSTR. Big bounce in MSTR. Still riding that 1540 calls on MSTR, guys. Russell's at the lows. Qs are trying to bounce. Dixie's trying to bounce. All right, guys, I took another couple lots on Lulu. Another couple lots. I now have 22 cons sitting at 131 down on the trade at the moment. Down on the trade. We are seeing a little bit of a double bottom holding here. Come on, Apple. Let's see if Apple can get a bid. MSTR is still trying to press. Come on, Lulu. Get back up to 400 and then start pressing higher from there. Again, we're looking for 410. Lulu's had a strong oversold move right through a key support trend line, a 1-year trend line. Lulu has breached. Not a healthy sign for the long-term trend, but definitely means that we could see a bounce play here, an arbitrage opportunity. NVIDIA pressing for new highs here. Still remaining super, super strong on the session. TNA puts, I closed those. Those went in the money. I swung those yesterday, Mike. Those went in the money nicely. And then we swung those RWM position. I also closed that, took profits at the lows. So we swung 41 TNA puts. Those went in the money. MSTR 1540 calls are back in the money right now. Still waiting on Apple, still waiting on Lulu. Come on, MSTR, start pressing, start pressing. Apple's trying to firm up here. Maybe that's where we see a rotation out of NVIDIA. Come on, once MSTR breaches this 1540 level, it's going to squeeze to probably 1560 and then 1575. So we'll keep it on watch. Bitcoin's trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. Again, these calls are in the money. Apple's trying to firm up. Come on, MSTR, pump it. Pump it. Apple, pump it. Come on, Apple. Lulu right back down. Just no bid for Lulu. NVIDIA is trying to consolidate and confirm a little bit of a breakout here. Wow, NVIDIA is a monster. MicroStrategy is starting to press as well, guys. MSTR is starting to press. Come on, MSTR. Get your big butt up there. It's now trading at 1544. The calls are in the money. NVIDIA is just ripping, though. So NVIDIA is really doing all the heavy lifting in the Qs. Nothing else is really participating. Tesla had a bounce. SOX is still negative. Heavy volume. MSTR, $8 in the money, guys. $8 in the money. Lulu just made new lows. All right, guys, I just exited MSTR for a nice little gain. Nice little gain on MSTR. Those calls did go in the money. It's a nice trade there. Lululemon's starting to weaken here. NVIDIA coming down a bit. Come on, Lulu. Firm up. All right, guys, I just added 10 more cons to Lulu. Big reversal on MSTR there. Fairly large. The dollar's trying to firm up at the same time. Putting in a little bit of a bearish divergence here on Lulu. Nice job, Mike. Closing those TNA calls in the money. Good job, good job. That's what we like to see. Apple's still trying to press higher here, but struggling, really struggling. Bitcoin back down to the lows. MicroStrategy back down. I think we can play MSTR again on the call side. 1540 calls probably could play out again. But right now we just have to be careful because the dollar is trying to firm up here. So just wait until Bitcoin gets some sort of a little bit of a buy signal. The moment it's not doing so, Apple's still trying here, but stuck under the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. NVIDIA still up 1.5%, but weakening here, just a tad weakening. NVIDIA starting to roll. Lulu, still no bounce on Lulu. A very, very weak bounce. NVIDIA curling down. Bitcoin just made a new low of day. Russell's at the lows. Dixie's pressing. Google's starting to roll over. Apple's still just holding through this little bit of a market sell. Still riding that SOXS from yesterday. We're up about 4.9% off the 312 level. Bitcoin's trying to stabilize here, guys. Bitcoin is trying to stabilize. But we should get one flush on Bitcoin, I would imagine. Wow, Lulu still just keeps bleeding here, guys. Just getting more and more oversold intraday. Definitely not feeling the love, Lulu. All right. The best case scenario is if we can get Apple to firm up here and NVIDIA to fall and Lulu to firm up. Bitcoin's still at the lows. I'm still looking at MSTR again. 1540 calls we can play again. I'm riding 410 calls on Lulu, which are definitely going against us at the moment. 172.50 calls on Apple. Riding a 910 put on NVIDIA. That's going against us. Bitcoin's trying to bottom out here, so Bitcoin is trying to bottom, but the dollar's still strong, trying to press. NVIDIA curling over to the downside here. Apple's trying to get a little bit of a breakout candle, but still really struggling. Qs are coming in. Russell's at the lows, guys. Russell is at the lows of the session. SOX is pushing up as NVIDIA is starting to wane. Microsoft negative. AMD down. SMCI down 1.5%. AVGO is up 1%. Bitcoin still down 4% on the session. All right, guys, I just took another 1540 call on MSTR. Another 1540 call. This is high risk, high risk. I got filled at 23.25 a con. 23.25. Still holding SOXS, still holding 172.50 call on Apple. NVDA 910 put is against us at the moment. Apple's firming up. It's good to see. We just need Lulu to start participating, but it's definitely lagging things here off this area. Potential little 1 minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA. Got to be mindful of NVIDIA did get that confirmed breakout candle, but still hasn't made a definitive move to the upside. And again, NVIDIA is strong in a weak market. SOX is still broadly negative. A little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail. Second 10-minute bottoming tail forming on Bitcoin. MSTR calls are in the money again. 1540 calls are back in the money. Again, let's see if we can press higher. Apple's trying to firm up. You sold your Apple. Nice job. I'm still writing. I think we can get more. Come on, Apple. Get your big butt up there. I'm sitting at 46 cents a con on Apple. Currently trading at 39 cents. MSTR is falling again. Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Apple's still trying to press. Definitely one of the more oversold names, guys. Lulu's still really just struggling in this downward range. No real big bid yet in Lulu. Bitcoin's still trying to hold steady here. NVIDIA is still strong, trying to firm up. Bitcoin's still struggling. Dollar's still trying to press higher here in the short term. Can I show the QQQ chart? Sure. Let's look at the QQQ chart. QQQ 1 minute chart. Either we're forming a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern, similar to the NVIDIA chart here on the 1 minute. That's what could be forming. 10-minute chart. A little bit of a bear flag formation right above this little gap fill. So keep your eye on that level. Lulu's still struggling. 1540 calls on MSTR back green. Lulu right back down to the lows. Bitcoin's trying to bottom here, so these MSTR calls should start to firm up here as Bitcoin puts in a little bit of a tiny bottom. I could see Bitcoin retesting again 64K. That should put MSTR up to 1570. Apple's still trying to firm up. NVIDIA's now rolling over. You can see this little head and shoulders pattern on NVIDIA is very similar to the Qs. So are we going to see a scenario where NVIDIA starts to break down, Qs break down, but Apple remains a little bit more firm? That's what we could be seeing here. A little bit of a start. 500 puts on Meta look juicy. Microsoft puts look juicy. I mean, the Qs are in a little bit of a trouble here. A little bit of trouble. Again, the whole SOXX complex is negative. You have the Russell negative. Apple's still trying to firm up. Lulu's at the lows, so no real strength in Lulu at the moment. Still really, really struggling. MSTR at 1543. QQQ currently down 0.15%. SPY down 0.15%. Bitcoin's trying to bottom here, guys, so look for these MSTR calls. They're in the money by about $5 already, 580. Looking for more though. Looking for more on MSTR. NVIDIA is starting to weaken a little bit. Apple's seeing some consolidation. Qs are potentially starting to come down. Dixie's trying to firm up. Lulu's still at the lows, hitting a little bit of a double bottom. Guys, I just added 5 more cons to Lulu. Down on the trade right now. It is starting to still fall here. It is still falling here. MSTR is still slightly green. NVIDIA is starting to see some consolidation here. Look at the Qs, guys. They're potentially going to trigger this head and shoulders pattern, which does suggest more downside. And the chart is very similar to NVIDIA. Extremely similar to NVIDIA. Apple's pushing, guys, so nice job on Apple. That is pressing higher. Paper-handed Russell shorts for liquidity. That's okay. That's okay. Come on, Apple. Take some of that NVIDIA liquidity. How the VIX not down at all? Get frustrating how manipulated. Yeah, it is manipulated for sure. MSTR $6 in the money. These calls are starting to print again. Again, we're at 25 a con, and they're currently at around 34. They are absolutely flying here. Bitcoin's still trying to press and bounce, guys. Bitcoin is still trying to press and bounce. Apple calls are still trying to push up here at 36 cents, down about 10 cents on the Apple calls, unfortunately. Still no bounce yet in Lulu, guys. It's just really, really struggling here. Nike, same sort of deal. No bounce in Nike, really. Apple's still trying to firm up. NVIDIA's on the precipice of breaking this little head and shoulders pattern, which does give us a downside target of roughly $6 move down if we trigger it back to about 918. Apple's still trying to press. Qs are hanging on by a thread here. MSTR is still trying to push higher. What happened to the short yesterday? Did you close it? Yeah, I did, for profit. That MSTR short was closed for profit. And now we're writing some calls on MSTR. We already played 1540s once, and now we're back in 1540 calls again. Average contract sitting at $25 on MS. Still holding SOXS from yesterday, up about 5%, 5.4%. Riding these 172.50s on Apple. Riding 410s on Lulu. Lulu's taking us to the woodshed. Unfortunately, Lulu's not helping us at the moment. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit more sell side pressure along with the indices. NVIDIA breaking down here, so hopefully it can help our cons. Heavy volume coming into Lulu, guys. Heavy volume coming into Lulu. FedEx definitely got faded a little bit, quite substantially. Watching Nike on my other screen too. That one's still at the lows, hasn't firmed up. So I think, you can look for signals in Nike. Apple's trying to press higher here. That's good. MSTR is still trying to remain firm. You can see NVIDIA's just teetering on this little neckline. Didn't get a close. You can see the Qs kind of did a fake breakdown there. See if Bitcoin can firm up a little bit more. Still struggling here, Bitcoin. Now you have NVIDIA trying to make another run up. Still no bounce hit in Lulu. Still struggling quite. MSTR is $9 in the money. Bitcoin still at 63K, trying to bounce here. Apple still trying to press. Yeah, I do. I think Apple's firming up here. It's slowly gaining its momentum. You can see that NVIDIA is waning a little bit as Apple's trying to press higher, kind of shuffling liquidity from one mega cap to the other. At least that's what it looks like to me. SOX is still ripping. SOXS is still ripping. Bitcoin's trying to hold 63K. NVIDIA is seeing a larger breakdown now, which is forcing the Qs lower. Apple's weakening simultaneously. It's going to be difficult for Lulu and the broad market to bounce if NVIDIA is dragging things down. Microsoft's looking bearish. Meta's looking bearish. Google's still consolidating at the highs. Amazon's curling down at the moment, looking a little weaker on the session. Nike's trying to get a small bounce. Bitcoin coming back down. SOXS is ripping now. It's up on the session 1.85. The SOXX is down 0.5%. So can we see NVIDIA go negative today? Can we see it go negative? Lulu still just selling off here. Wow. Heavier volume though coming in this range on Lulu. You're getting a bearish positive divergence. NVIDIA's breaking down as Apple's trying to press. So net, you're still forcing the Qs lower here as NVIDIA breaks down. Nike's bouncing, so perhaps this is where Lulu also catches a bid. Nike's trying to bounce. A couple of the consumer discretionary stocks still trying to firm up here. Apple's almost at 172.50, guys. Good to see Apple trying to firm up here. Lulu's now testing 390. Wow. So those Apple calls are now in the money, guys. Sorry, if 172.50 is not in the money, but we're starting to make money on those calls, so that's good to see. Added 5 more cons down here to Lulu as I'm seeing Nike starting to bounce. 5 more cons on Lulu. Those Apple 172.50s are starting to print now, guys. They are starting. MicroStrategy again is trying to firm up. So Apple's almost to that 172.50 zone. Look at that. Apple's pressing. NVIDIA's triggered the bearish pattern. Apple's trying to break out. So we could see more liquidity shuffle into Apple today. Come on, Apple. Get to that 172.50. Blast through it. NVIDIA seeing more sell side. Bitcoin's still back under 63K. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Wow, there's been absolutely no bounce yet in Lulu, guys. Absolutely no bounce. This type of a standard deviation is pretty intense. Pretty intense. Those 172.50 calls did just go in the money on Apple. Briefly. I still riding Apple. Lulu's trying to catch a bounce now. Come on, Apple. Get above 172.50. Come on. Lulu's trying to bounce here now, guys. Nike's bouncing as well. Microsoft 10-minute bear flag. NVIDIA's still trying to recapture this neckline. Qs again have triggered. Let's look at Lulu here. Again, Lulu's still ultra weak at the moment. Still so weak. Right now, all indices are negative. Russell down 1.13%. Really no bid on the Russell yet. No bid on the Russell yet. We're nicely up on Apple. 172.50s again are briefly going in the money. Come on, 6 cents away. They did hit in the money by a couple cents, but I'm looking for more on Apple. I think we're going to shatter this 172.50 level. I am seeing the Qs trying to firm up here. All right, guys, I just exited Apple for a nice little win. Sold at 53 cents a con. Beautiful job. I'm all out of those Apple calls. Still writing NVIDIA puts, writing a MicroStrategy long, and a Lulu. So we're all out of Apple. Let's see if NVIDIA can start to break down at all. Qs again have triggered bearish price action here. So we just need to be mindful of that. Let's look at Lulu here. Bitcoin's actually coming down again. You have AMD down 1.5, Tesla down 1.8. That firmed up quite nicely. So Bitcoin is starting to come in a little bit. Microsoft breaking down here. So Microsoft seeing some heavy sell side pressure at the moment. Really heavy pressure. MicroStrategy still trying to hold just under 1540. Heavy sell side pressure coming in. Russell's actually at a bounce level here. You've had 70 minutes of consecutive selling on the 10-minute chart. You're coming up into a key 382 fib zone. Wow, NVIDIA is a monster. NVIDIA just negated the little neckline at the moment, trying to firm up. Guys, I just picked up a couple TNA calls. I picked up $40 and a half TNA calls, 40 and a half TNA calls. I got filled at 23 cents a con. 23 cents a con. Meta's firming up. Google's firming up. NVDA trying to firm up. Lulu's still lagging. Still riding MSTR 1540s. And we're riding now TNA calls. Jeez, look at Lulu. Just Lulu can't catch a bid here. NVIDIA negated that little neckline. Qs are negating the neckline, so you have to drop it now here. I have NVIDIA trying to weaken just a little bit again. Seeing the Dixie still up about 0.34%. The UVIX is green today. UVIX is green. Qs are looking to trigger that head and shoulders again. Remember, it got back above the neckline, so therefore it negated it. We took profits on our Apple calls, still riding MSTR calls, NVIDIA puts, and TNA calls. We just started a position in 40 and a half TNA calls. 40 and a half TNA calls. Light position, very light. Apple curling back down. NVIDIA is still really the only strong horse on the day. Nike's trying to firm up. Still no firming price action in Lulu. It's just weakening, just trickling lower and lower and lower. Dixie's still trying to press. MicroStrategy coming in a little bit more now. Still holding that SOXS. We're up about 6.6% from yesterday. Lulu just made new lows. Lulu's now hitting a 786 fib zone. Wow. And just being slaughtered. VIX is screaming higher here. So the UVIX is screaming higher. TNA is still coming down. Russell's down 1.14. So small caps are now responding to the heavy dollar presence. Apple's still green on the session. Bitcoin just made a little bit of a new low intraday. Bitcoin making a new low intraday. It looks like it wants to potentially sell off pretty sharply here. Tesla's pressing all day. It looks like Tesla wants to try to go green, to be honest. It does look like Tesla wants to try to go green. You have AMD and the likes trying to firm up here. Microsoft bear flag. Bitcoin still selling off. Microsoft's continuing to weaken here, guys. Microsoft is continuing to weaken. Lulu as well, continuing to weaken. MicroStrategy coming in now. Microsoft's at the lows. Bitcoin at the lows. NVIDIA is pressing at the highs. you think MSTR will fall to the 1100 level again? Yeah, there's a potential. Not today, but there's a potential for sure. Bitcoin's still selling, guys. Bitcoin's still selling. It's breaching 63K again. So Lulu on the session is now down 19%. You don't see that very often. Do not see that very often. MSTR catching another little bid. Apple's coming in, Meta's curling down, NVDA trying to press up again. NVIDIA's up 1.5%. It's really the only strong stock in a little bit of a weak market today. Can we get a bounce in Lulu? That's the question. The Russell's trying to firm up as we speak. So the Russell 2000 is trying to firm up. VIX is still holding firm. Nat gas is weak. Oil's taken a little bit of a sell-off, but oil's still green on the session, up 0.12%. You have Apple curling down. NVIDIA's still trying to hold firm. Bitcoin's still trying to bounce at 63,000. But really struggling in this range as the dollar's above 104, 104.33 currently trading at. Microsoft still at the low, triggering a 10-minute bear flag. Looks like it wants to go lower. NVIDIA's still pushing in. Meta's curling and forming a bear flag. MSTR is now trying to firm up. Qs are still really just floundering in this range. It appears that they could try to form a little bit of a bearish pattern here before they take it lower. The daily 200 on Lulu is really sitting. I mean, I'm amazed at how sharply we pierced that daily 200. Look where that's sitting. That's sitting all the way at 421. That's a nasty breakdown on Lulu. Investors are not liking that. Now, the big question is, can it firm up at all? The Russell's trying to firm up. Microsoft's trying to firm up. Meta's still forming a 10-minute bear flag. NVIDIA's still consolidating. Apple's. What's this about Tesla? 170 on Tesla getting rejected. Yep, it is getting rejected right now. But, I mean, Tesla's at just a little bit of an intraday double top, but it's still looking like it wants to push higher here on Tesla. I do think that there's a scenario we still can push higher on Tesla. Bitcoin at the lows again, still selling. Lulu tried bouncing, got rejected. Bitcoin's now trading at 62,699. Microsoft, Google, Meta all bouncing. Qs are really just going nowhere. The Russell's trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Potential little 10-minute bottoming tail trying to form on Lulu. Trying, but struggling. Yeah, it's very tricky. TNA getting a little bit of a bounce. NVDA curling down as Apple curls up. So, I mean, there's still a little game of liquidity shuffling here between Apple and NVIDIA, but Apple's still really, really strong. Or sorry, NVIDIA is still really, really strong. Apple's quite weak on this session. Bitcoin going for new lows. Bitcoin did just put in a new low as NVIDIA is trying to pump. VIX is still at the highs. I still like those MSTR 1540 calls. I still like it. Bitcoin really hasn't bounced at all and making new lows, but MSTR is showing a little bit of relative strength by not making new lows. But the only hindrance is that the Dixie's trying to press higher here. So the Dixie is trying to press. Right now, the Qs are down 0.25%, SPY down 0.2%, the Russell's underperforming down 1.1%, silver up 0.25%, gold slightly negative, Bitcoin down 4%, nat gas down 1.3%. A lot of weakness in the session. Wow, look at Canopy Growth up 29%, monster move. Yeah, marijuana stocks, they're flying. They're absolutely flying to the high side, marijuana stocks. Tilray up 12%. Definitely Canopy Growth is outperforming. NVIDIA holding up 1.5%, still pretty firm and strong. Other semiconductors are trying to bounce now, AMD, SMCI. NVIDIA is still trying to press. I just took a 2150 call on Mara, M-A-R-A, 2150 call on Mara. 2150 call on Mara. Got filled at 11 cents. 11 cents. MSTR, wow, look at the rip on NVIDIA, guys. Wow, what a rip on NVIDIA. New highs on NVIDIA. Absolute monster. Monster of a stock today. Guys, those TNA calls are nicely in the money. Those TNA calls are nicely in the money. Still looking for a 40.5 move on TNA. Bitcoin's trying to bottom out here. Another breakout on NVIDIA. Yep, it's trying, right? It's trying. Still hasn't got above that little 10-minute reversal intraday, but it's trying. Heavy volume coming in. Bitcoin also trying to bounce here as the dollar takes a breather. Come on, TNA, push. TNA is about 10 cents away from getting in the money, guys. Cons are at 27 cents now. 28 cents. Come on, Russell. Firm up, firm up, firm up. Keep pressing. Qs are running into a little bit of resistance at the moment. Lulu's trying to press. Still looking at MicroStrategy to move higher here as Bitcoin tries to recapture 63,000. Lulu's trying to push up here, guys. So Lulu is trying to push. Bitcoin's trying to push. Russell's trying to push. Qs are firming. Dollar's taking a small breather. Google going for new highs. Google is going for new highs. I mean, some of the best performers, FedEx, worst performer, Lulu in the S&P, Nike, second worst, Generac down. So a lot of weakness in some of these names. MSTR is trying to firm up here. Bitcoin's above 63K. That's good to see. All right, guys, those Russell calls just went in the money, the TNA calls. MSTR, $5 in the money. Let's see if we can keep pressing. Microsoft's still looking pretty bearish. Apple's curling. NVDA strong. Guys, I just sold my Russell 40.5 calls. They were in the money. Nice little, got closed at 30 cents a con. Beautiful little gain there. Beautiful little gain. Still holding Mara, MSTR. MSTRs are already in the money, but I'm looking for more. I think we could see a firming up. Lulu right back down. Really no bid in Lulu. Let's look at MSTR. So we're holding 1540s on MSTR. Microsoft coming in pretty sharply at the moment. NVIDIA is still trying to consolidate. Bitcoin's bouncing back above 63. Let's see if MSTR can push for 1575. You break that high of day range resistance, you can see that this is a clear resistance level we've hit quite a few times on MSTR. It is trying to push through that zone as we speak. Qs have tried firming up. Still could be putting in a potential right shoulder here on the Qs. But SMCI is firming. Natgas trying to catch a small bid. NVIDIA is still consolidating. Microsoft weakening. CGC is way overbought. It has to come down hard. Added to my UVIX position at $9. That's what Chris is saying. Dollar's still really, really strong at the moment, but Bitcoin is trying to bounce at this area. But the Dixie is super, super strong. Not really letting up at all. So Bitcoin's still trying to bounce here. We're $12 in the money on those MSTR calls. They are printing. Again, my average is at 25 a con. We're trading at 36 at the moment. Come on. There goes MSTR. It's starting to squeeze and break the range, guys. MSTR is starting to squeeze and break the range. All right, guys, I just sold my MSTR contracts. Boom. 36 a con, from 25 to 36 a con. Nice little gain there of 1305. 1305. Beautiful job. Still holding Mara calls. Bitcoin's still looking promising. NVIDIA is really not cooperating. Neither is Lulu. MSTR still punching higher here. Look at that break on MSTR. Let's look at Mara. That one's trying to press higher. We're riding 2150s on Mara. Look at that big breakout on the Qs. Wow. And part and parcel due to NVIDIA. NVIDIA's just not slowing down at the moment. Up 2% on the session when the Qs and SPY are negative. It's just a monster at the moment. Breaking out to the high side. MSTR is pumping still. Mara's trying to firm up now. MSTR is still ripping. If you're holding that, nice job. That's a double. That's a double on MSTR. Lulu's still struggling. Mara's firmed up. All right, guys, I just sold my Mara at 12 cents a con, all out of MARA. All out of MARA. So NVIDIA is just a monster at the moment. NVIDIA is a monster. Qs are pressing much, much higher here at the moment. Apple's trying to firm. Lulu, still no bounce in Lulu, guys. Still no real bounce in Lulu. Oil's really falling. SOXX is trying to go green. SOXX is trying to go green. Dollar's taking a breather, so it's really helping the Qs. Guys, I just took a QQQ 440. 444 put 444 put on the Qs. Seeing Microsoft weakening, Google weakening, Meta still putting in a bear flag. NVIDIA is a bit extended intraday. Microsoft's going for the low of day, guys. Microsoft's going for the low of day. Look at MSFT's charts. Definitely weaker on the session. Look at that. Microsoft being weak is going to hurt the Qs. Microsoft looks like it wants its gap fill down here, sitting all the way at 425. So that's really going to hinder the Qs. Should really drag everything down. NVIDIA's still strong. Google's still holding firm. Meta's just bear flagging on the 10-minute chart. Russell got rejected right off that 40.5 level. Right off that 40.5 level, the Russell did get rejected. Dollar's still super strong. VIX is still seeing some signs of accumulation. Microsoft making new lows, guys. Microsoft making new lows. Nat gas still down 1.5. Amazon's about to go negative at the same time. A little bit of buyers coming back into the market here. Individual stocks. Still have the Qs holding up really, really well. Nat gas flirting with 165, yep. Break-in will flush to 150s, yep. That's what could happen. Could happen. Qs are trying to hold the EMA 1-minute moving average. NVIDIA is still pressing. NVIDIA going for new highs. Same thing with MSTR. Lulu's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce now. Look at Lulu. Still very, very oversold intraday. But it is trying to press a little bit. NVIDIA new highs. NVIDIA remains firm and strong. Dollar's trying to make another move back up. Seeing Tesla curling back lower. Russell's trying to firm up. Sorry about the scratching again. It's my cat in the background. You hear the litter box scratching around. NVIDIA just holding above the 1 minute EM7 moving average. Intraday 1 minute 7 moving average. NVIDIA's just holding like a champ. Semiconductors have kind of firmed up across the board. You are seeing a small bounce in the Qs. Small bounce coming into the Qs. NVIDIA is still pressing for new highs now, up 2.38%. 2.38%. Qs are still trying to press higher here. Microsoft's still struggling. Dixie's taking a little bit of a breather here. So the Dixie's taking a bit of a breather. Bitcoin's back up above 63.5. Microsoft curling lower, Apple's curling higher. Crypto stocks still trying to bounce here. Meta's still holding 505.60. You have Microsoft down 0.6, Apple at 0.6. Stocks just turned green. QQQ SPY, Russell still negative. UVIX is still up 0.5%. UVIX is still up 0.5%. NVIDIA, Apple still trying to press. Microsoft's trying to find some buyers here at the lows. Does look like Microsoft wants to fill its gap, but at the moment, things are still firm in the Qs. They are trying to press higher. Lulu's trying to catch a small bid here at the lows. Qs are trying to break this little high of day range. NVIDIA is still a beast. Just grinding along that short-term EMA. MicroStrategy new high. Apple again new high. So we're seeing relentless pressure coming back into the Qs through the likes of NVIDIA firming. Apple hitting that 172.50 again. So that's a big strike zone on Apple. MSTR back above 1575. Mara is still pushing. Lulu's still trying to curl. A little bit of sell side pressure coming into NVIDIA at the moment, but really still firm on the session. Lulu's still trying to get back above 395, trading at 393.80. Guys, I do like QQQ 444 puts in this range. I'm actually going to take a few contracts here. 444 puts on the Qs. It's a high risk. You still have NVIDIA super strong. Google's curling up. Bitcoin's making another stellar move up. Tesla's trying to make another run up. Microsoft being sold into, so that's going to hinder the Qs here. Microsoft being sold into. Again, nice bounce in Bitcoin. Anyone still holding MSTR and Mara, you're laughing. You're laughing. Tesla's breaking out of a 5-minute bull flag. Meta's still bearishly consolidating. Amazon's trying to break out of a 10-minute bull flag. Microsoft new lows. Meta's only down 0.43%, so still holding up pretty firmly here on Meta. MSTR looks like it's trying to go positive at the moment. Potential hourly bottoming tail forming on Lulu. Had a pretty stellar bounce off of the lows at the moment. Qs are still holding firm. Wow, crypto stocks are pumping here. Absolutely pumping. First little intraday bearish divergence forming on NVIDIA in the process of putting in your first little intraday bearish divergence. We'll see if that translates into anything. Right now it could be putting in a 1-minute bull flag. Bitcoin back above 64K, guys. So nice move on Bitcoin. Back above 64K. Microsoft still at the lows. Amazon breaking a bull flag. Apple's kind of just mixed price action at the moment. It's been rejected off that 170, 250 zone twice now. Dollar's trying to take another leg up here. The dollar is trying to take another leg up. Microsoft new lows. NVDA gunning for new highs as the volume increases in this range. Semiconductors have firmed up across the board. The SOXS is now negative. Now negative. See, the Qs are trying to actually break a little bit of a range here. We actually use this little. We are trying to break out here on the Qs. Amazon pushing. Qs are now into its little gap zone where it broke down previously. So this is a big level for the Qs. This is a big level for the Qs. We are into a little bit. NVIDIA just made a new high. So this is where the bearish divergence could be playing out. This is either going to make a bull flag break or it's a bearish divergence playing out. Lulu seeing a little bit more weakness. Qs are still remaining resilient. Microsoft still seeing heavy sell side pressure on Microsoft. Now Google's getting rejected. NVIDIA is just blasting through here, guys. Just blasting through. Wow, what strength in NVIDIA. Single-handedly trying to break the Qs out. Guys, I just took a 150 0DT put on Google. 150 0DTE put on Google. Microsoft new lows as NVIDIA is pressing. I mean, at this rate, NVIDIA is trying to eat everyone's lunch these days. Bitcoin's now seeing a sharp reversal on volume. Bitcoin is seeing a sharp reversal on volume. So Qs are still trying to Good time to short MSTR. It's risky. I mean, MSTR is right into that gap fill zone. Bitcoin could still retest basically 65 today, so it's a risky setup shorting MSTR right now. I think if we get a bigger definitive move, maybe, but as of now, just sit patiently. NVIDIA just keeps ripping higher, 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 non-stop on NVIDIA. Lulu coming in. Wow, they're really, really pressing NVIDIA. It's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 10-minute green candles consecutively. 6 10-minute green candles consecutive. Tesla's seeing some sellers. Bitcoin again seeing some sellers. Microsoft at the lows. It seems like all the liquidity is flowing out of Microsoft into NVIDIA today. SOX is having a pullback. Yep, it is. It is having a pullback. Now trading at 323 on the session. QQQ still hasn't officially broken out yet. No, the Qs have not broken out yet. So Microsoft's falling pretty sharply here, guys. Microsoft is falling pretty sharply. Bitcoin's fading. So, I mean, you could potentially short MSTR here. Bitcoin is fading a little bit on the 10-minute chart, seeing a heavy reversal. Qs are now seeing a heavy reversal. Microsoft new lows. Google's breaking 151. Microsoft's catching a bid now. Apple curling down. Nat gas is trying to bounce here off of the 7-day. Still technically under it, but it is trying to bounce. This could be a little bit of a bear flag forming on the QQQ. It could be a 10-minute bear flag forming on the Qs. Google selling heavy. Again, we're riding 150 put on Google. Simultaneously riding a 444 put on the Qs. Lulu definitely taking us out. NVIDIA's been a ridiculous monster. Don't know if those 9-10 puts not looking likely. That 9-10 puts. Now it's just a matter of trying to manage the trade for and mitigate the downside loss. But it looks like the 9-10 puts on NVIDIA are going to get washed out, but it's just a matter of how can we maneuver the position to mitigate our loss. You know, we've taken quite a few winners already today, but NVIDIA 9-10s are looking a little bit nasty. A little bit nasty at the moment. Could still see a pullback. I mean, the Qs right now are still negative. All indices are still negative. Dollar's still strong. So, I mean, if the Qs flush to 444, then that maybe could put our position back in the green. NVIDIA seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Microsoft's trying to bounce. So now you're seeing a little bit of liquidity shuffling out of, say, NVIDIA back into Microsoft. So net. Harder selling in NVIDIA. Harder selling in NVIDIA. Bit of a 10-minute topping tail on NVIDIA, so we'll watch that closely. Time decays the beach. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oil is starting to press higher, so that's going to push the dollar higher. Oil starting to press is going to likely press the dollar higher, which should start to hinder things. If anyone's shorted MSTR, you're nicely in the green on the trade. You are seeing that one go positive at the moment. Microsoft catching a rather nice bid here. Microsoft lifting the Qs now. Microsoft is lifting the Qs. NVIDIA is still trying to bounce here. Apple's trying to press higher. Tesla tried breaking out of that flag pattern, but seeing some sellers creeping back into the picture. Lulu's trying to break a little bit of a bull flag pattern here on Lulu. NVIDIA curling back down again. It's now 11:42 on the session. NVIDIA could be putting in a small little intraday bear flag. That's what it appears to be doing at the moment. Microsoft still holding steady. Amazon still looks bullish. Tesla potentially. If Tesla loses this impulse green candle that I made on the 5-minute chart at 169.16, that's going to be bearish for Tesla. VIX got faded. Oil still trying to catch a bid. Nat gas trying to also put in a little bit of a bullish flag pattern. Qs are just stuck in a range at the moment. Microsoft firming up though. Lulu also trying to firm up. So now you have Bitcoin trying to press higher here. So I mean, this is why MSTR and Mara and crypto stocks are hard short when they're bouncing off of the lows and you have people in the money on their long side. You know, we made money on the calls earlier, but it's tough. People don't want to give up those MSTRs because Bitcoin's still technically oversold on the session. But people tend to want to hold on to their positions on a Friday as they see the VIX getting crushed. They see NVIDIA strong. They see semis making a little bit of a return to the upside here. Big question is, Microsoft's in a bit of a downtrend today. Are we going to see Microsoft collapse at all today? Again, Apple's really struggling at that 170-250 strike zone. Qs are now coming in a little bit harder, guys, at the moment. Qs are definitely coming in harder. NVIDIA again selling off just a touch. Lulu selling off again. Google trading at 150.75. Come on, Qs, give us a flush. Yeah, I'm in a 150 put on Google. I got filled at 12.5 cents, currently trading at 19 cents a con. I mean, probably pretty prudent to take profits here, but let's see if I still think the Qs can break down just with the dollar strength. I mean, you have the dollar continuing to march higher and higher here, so I still see the Qs. Qs actually tried breaking out of this wedge, kind of got rejected, and should head down to the low of this range now. You still have Microsoft weak, AMD weak, Tesla weak, dollar strong, Amazon slightly green, Google still up a couple percent, Russell's down 1%. Google's still trending lower here. Google's still trending lower. Remember, Google had that bearish pattern yesterday. What looked to be triggering a head and shoulders got completely negated. So they teetered you on the neckline all day, trapped in shorts on that neckline, and then gap it up on people. Just shows you the market dynamics are pretty crazy. Qs are trying to firm back up. Dixie's still pushing. NVDA trying to make a bounce here. Qs are trying to break out again. So, I mean, you have two really resistance points on the Qs now. These two trend lines. Microsoft's firming up. You have Apple firming up. Some of the high-flying volume names: NVFY, Soundhound, Tilray still up 13%. Canopy Growth up 35%. Wow. Micron down 1.7, so MU is seeing some sell-side pressure. If Lulu can break this little bit of a formation here, you could be forming an inverted head and shoulders on Lulu. So this one potentially wants to bounce. If we can break this neckline, you should see a move back to 406 on the chart of Lulu. $150 was my daily target for Adam High. Nice. NVIDIA getting a pump. It's lifting the Qs. Google's still coming in, guys. Google is still coming in. Hey, welcome to the stream there, Henry Wrighton. I'm new to this. Do you know any YouTube videos to watch to understand this better? Yeah, just keep following along in the live stream. I recommend paper trading. Sign up for a free paper trading brokerage to execute trades with just fake money until you get a hang of things. But just sit back and watch, listen. There's a lot of technical terms that you'll pick up on. But just follow my channel, hit the like and subscribe. I post free videos pretty frequently. All right, Qs are trying to press higher here and firm up. Qs are trying to press. NVIDIA leading the charge. Google trying to push, and Microsoft also trying to push. Only down 0.5% now on Microsoft. NVIDIA is strong, strong, strong. Just 1 second, guys. I gotta let my dog out. NVIDIA is still acting resilient. Qs are still in this range. Could be forming a little bit of a 1 minute head and shoulders here. Downside target, if we trigger, which it looks like we may, takes you really back down to that little micro gap fill area. So I'm watching that closely. Apple's pressing though, so that's going to be tough for the markets to break down as long as Apple's pressing. Oil again, positive on the session. Nat gas is trying to firm up here. It's still down 1.23, but it is showing some signs of potential strength. It's trying to firm up. Dollar's still ripping, guys. The dollar is absolutely still ripping here. Surprised that markets haven't felt more of the pressure. You know, they could just be trying to rope in new long liquidity. I do think that we go down today, but as of now, things are still remaining pretty firm across the board. Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher here. Dixie's still ripping. NVIDIA is still pressing. Google's still curling down. NVIDIA trying to push. Guys, I just took a little bit of an MSTR put. I took a 1560 put, 1560 put. Not going to let this one go too hard. I'm seeing the dollar still absolutely ripping. NVIDIA's at a little bit of a double top. Dollar's still super, super strong at the moment. When was the last time the markets went up with the dollar on consistent days? It's trending exactly. I mean, it's a Friday, right? They like to keep things buoyant on a Friday, but it's true. It's like, you know, equities are still acting resilient across mega cap tech land despite the dollar strength, which is kind of pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Apple still acting firm and well. Microsoft's bounced and holding firm. MSTR is starting to come in just a little bit now. Google's still trending lower. Bitcoin's getting rejected at 64K. NVDA hitting a bit of an intraday double top. You can see the Qs are still just stuck in this range. Consolidating, but still range bound. Apple breaking out to a new high. That's going to try to firm up sentiment in the market. VIX got crushed today, guys. VIX is absolutely going down to the lows. So the VIX is getting walloped. Dollar's going for a new high of day, guys. Dollar's trying to break out of a bull flag pattern. The markets should react. I'm going to be shocked if they don't. The dollar's just ripping here. I mean, this Dixie chart is just flying to the high side here. It's absolutely flying. Looking to potentially break out of this flag pattern. We still have NVIDIA strong. Still have the indices trying to firm up here. So, I mean, it does seem like that the markets really don't want to believe the dollar strength. It does seem that way. Qs, big push there, big push on the Qs. But really, it's not from all the stocks. It's just from a handful of stocks. Google trending lower, NVIDIA trying to push higher and break out again. Lulu's trying to break out of its little basing formation. Dixie did get rejected there on the 10-minute chart. Google still trending lower. Again, Lulu's breaking out of this little formation. Let's see if we can get some upside. Qs are still stuck in a range. Bought BITI here. Nice, nice. NVIDIA is still putting in some consolidation, acting like it wants to move higher here. Qs are still stuck in a range. They're also trying to move higher. Wow. Qs are trying to break out here, guys. Qs are trying to break out. I just sold my Google put, my 150 put. Got filled at 18 cents. So rode that from 12 to 18 cents. Lulu's still pushing. NVIDIA's still pushing. NVIDIA is just a beast. Yep, another round bottom. VIX is at the lows. Oil's falling. Nat gas falling. Lulu's still trying to press higher here out of its little breakout range. Microsoft's still bouncing. Tesla's just floundering. Meta's back above trying to negate its little bear flag. Qs are trying to break out here, so this is a big spot for the Qs, guys. This is a really big spot for the Qs. SMCI is back green. AMD is still down 1%, guys. AMD is still down 1%. MSTR is starting to wane just a little bit. So MSTR is starting to weaken. NVDA curling down. Bitcoin still weakening, guys. So we're looking for a move on MSTR to 1560. Again, 1560. NVIDIA is still pressing here, trying to hold firm. Our Lulu calls are actually, believe it or not, heading 410 calls are actually green at the moment. 66-cent average. We are seeing a little bit of sellers at the moment. Qs are breaking out, so the Qs are breaking out here. MSTR is still coming lower with Bitcoin. NVIDIA is still pressing here. I mean, at this rate, NVIDIA is probably going to hit its all-time highs. Really, really wild. Qs did try breaking out there. Potential rejection on watch on the Qs, guys. Potential rejection. I am going to add to my QQQ put position here. Still watching MSTR and Bitcoin come in pretty hot here, guys. Still watching MSTR and Bitcoin come in pretty hot. So my 444 put on the Qs, I'm sitting with 46 cons at a 28 cent average. 28 cent average. NVIDIA, though, taking us a bit to the woodshed at the moment. That one's not really performing and working out, unfortunately. Still think that there could be some sort of a correction in NVIDIA, but it's just super, super buoyant and strong at the moment. Dixie looks like it wants to try to press higher again. So those MicroStrategy puts are almost in the money. Google just keeps dumping. So Google just keeps dumping at this range. We're $9 away from MSTR, guys. $9 away from MSTR going in the money. 11-week screen for NVIDIA. RSI's extreme. Yeah, it's the best performing AI stock, right? Well, it's the hottest name right now in the market. So shouldn't say it's the best performing, but it's the hottest name. So I mean, that's typically what you see. You get these big resiliency moves that typically go higher and longer than most people anticipate, right? Apple weakening, Microsoft weakening, still riding 444 puts on the Qs, still riding this 410 call on Lulu. Took profits. We're still riding this 1560 put on MSTR. And again, my con average is sitting at 2050. 2050. We're about $7 away from going in the money. Just needed to break down a little bit more here. 1560. Come on, get in the money. But the resiliency in NVIDIA is pretty extreme. Meta firmed up there. Just no sell side pressure occurring in NVIDIA at the moment. Lulu ran into its first little resistance at 400 whole number. It's putting a nice little potential consolidation pattern. See the Qs. This could be a big bear flag setting up. We'll find out very shortly on the Qs. It could be a rather large bear flag forming. All right, guys, MSTR is coming into the money here. So those cons are starting to actually push pretty heavy at the moment. That's good to see. Hopefully Lulu can firm up here. MSTR is a few dollars away. Let's see how much lower they want to take MSTR. All right, MSTR 1560s are approaching here. Wide spread right now. I'm seeing 22.95 to 27.90 spread on MSTR, but we're approaching in the money. They're starting to print for us. They are printing for us. These puts on MSTR. I could see MSTR flushing back down to about 1535. 1535. Bitcoin's trying to lose 63K at the moment. So let's see if we can squeeze more juice out of this. Come on. Microsoft's curling down now. Bitcoin's still breaking. Come on, send it lower. Send MSTR down. Send it lower. Bitcoin's still weakening. NVIDIA's still consolidating bullishly. Wow, NVIDIA is a monster. NVIDIA is a monster. Semis are actually seeing a little bit more downside again. Tesla's down 2, AMD's down 1, Microsoft down 0.6, NVIDIA up 3 and climbing. Apple up 0.6, Q's negative, SPY negative, Russell negative. But you just have relentless upward pressure in NVIDIA that's lifting the market by itself. Single-handedly, NVIDIA is lifting the market. Can you believe that? It's done it many times before, and it seems to be wanting to do it again. Wow, look at NVIDIA rip, guys. This is a monster move. A monster move. Going absolutely parabolic here. Microsoft curling down, though. Lulu's losing a little bit of momentum here. The SOX is starting to uptick just a bit. Bitcoin's trying to hold support. NVIDIA now up 3.3 and climbing. NVIDIA is absolutely flying to the high side. Qs are still just stuck in this range. Even with NVIDIA's strength, Qs look like they want to break down. So, I mean, at some point we will get some consolidation in NVIDIA. This is just a monster rally that is unfolding before our eyes. And it's really came out of the back of nowhere. The rally will be over by November 6th. What's the November 6th date? What do you have in mind there? NVIDIA is just a non-stop beast, not wanting to slow down at all. Qs are trying to break out again. Haven't been able to do so just yet, but they're trying, and that's the NVIDIA strength for you. SOX, the SOXX is still red. Can you believe that? Qs are actually trying to flip green here with the NVIDIA strength. NVIDIA's diverged yet again from the market, up 3.5% alone, and pumping, trying to pump here. You have Lulu trying to firm up just a bit again. Still think the dollar strength will prevail here and push the Qs lower at some point, but it's really going to correlate with when NVIDIA breaks down. I mean, even like a retracement of about 50% should put pressure on the Qs. NVIDIA does a 50% retrace. You know, semis are still weak across the board. Like the SOXS is positive, SOXX is negative. So, I mean, even with NVIDIA doing the heavy lifting, you're still showing some signs of distribution in this range, so to speak. Microsoft curling back lower. Bitcoin's trying to get a pop here. NVIDIA looks to be structurally consolidating again to move higher. Qs are starting to wane just a little bit here. So the Qs are starting to wane. Microsoft's looking like it's going for new lows. Should hold on to those Google puts. We're almost at 150. Wow. Wow. Astonishing. Quite astonishing. Qs are seeing a little bit more sent downward pressure. A little bit more. You have Lulu still trying to consolidate and put in a flag pattern to move higher. Tesla's getting faded. Microsoft's getting faded. Google's getting faded. Meta's holding up firm, trying to recapture its neckline. This is technically a short zone on Meta. This zone right here, right now, is technically a short zone on Meta. Still waiting on MSTR to potentially show some weakness. So November 6th, the day after the election. Yep, that's a good date to have in your calendar. It's a good point, Michael. All right, Qs are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure here at the moment. The big question is NVIDIA going to give up any sort of these gains? Potentially a 10-minute topping tail forming on NVIDIA. At the moment, it's still up over 3%, but a potential 10-minute topping tail forming. So we'll watch that one closely. Qs are getting rejected at this little breakout. Still riding 444 puts on the Qs, guys. Still riding 444 puts on the Qs. we briefly went break even on my cons, those 910s, but time, that time aspect on Lulu, it really needs to break this little bit of a flag pattern. Right now my average on Lulu, I'm down substantially at the moment, sitting at 65 cents a con. Roughly we're sitting at 40 cents right now. We did have a chance to go flat break even. Probably should have taken it there, but still think that this structurally has a little bit more upside. But it's going to be tough if the Qs start to break down. Tesla rolling over. Microsoft new lows. Meta's getting rejected. MSTR. Come on, MSTR. MSTR is still holding at 1572. SOXS is starting to move back higher at the moment. Microsoft gunning for new lows, guys. Even Apple's curling down now. Qs are actually starting to break down. Nice little breakdown coming back into MSTR as well. Microsoft hitting that double bottom. Bitcoin still trying to get rejected at 64K, coming down to 63.5 on the chart. Dollar still pressing to the highs of the session, so the Dixie's still pressing, guys. Qs have just been range bound. I'm going to go to a little bit of a larger frame here on the Qs just to show you that we are trying to break down a little bit here on the Qs. We've been fighting this little resistance point. Tried breaking out a couple different times. And you would favor a breakout if, especially with NVIDIA this strong, but you have Google being faded, still up 1.78% on Google, but just a straight fade into that 150 zone at the moment. Tesla's weakening down 2.27, Apple still up 0.6, Microsoft hitting double bottom, getting a bid here. So that's helping the Qs as we speak. Qs are pressing NVIDIA right back to double top. MicroStrategy still coming in, so we're still riding that MSTR put. It's about $2 away from going in the money. So MSTR, we're still riding. Qs are trying to break out yet again. Another attempt at a breakout on the Qs, guys. Another attempt at a breakout on the Qs, and it's NVIDIA right back to the highs. It's NVIDIA right back to the highs. Just relentless buying pressure. Relentless buying pressure on NVIDIA at the moment. Just give me a second, guys. We're seeing a little bit more weakness creep into some other semis. SMCI is curling back lower, getting slightly rejected. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit hotter now. Still seeing the Qs. Dixie's still at the highs of the session. Still waiting on MSTR. Seeing if NVIDIA will give up any sort of momentum. Apple's curling down. Microsoft's trying to press. Amazon seeing some top wick sellers. Google had a bounce at 150.20-ish. Bitcoin's trying to hold 63.4 zone. MSTR's $3 away from getting in the money, guys. $3 away. Lulu's trying to break out of its flag pattern here. So Lulu is trying to break out of its flag pattern. Looking a little bit more constructive. MSTR is in the money. 1560s are in the money, guys. So if you want to secure profits, that's probably the prudent thing to do. I'm still riding it right now. I'm still riding it. I'm seeing NVIDIA and Bitcoin still seeing more sell side pressure. Bitcoin's trending lower, guys. Bitcoin is trending lower. Guys, I just closed MSTR there. Beautiful little gain. Sold it at 27 a con. 27 a con. Nice, another gain on MSTR. So we've played the call side and the put side now on MSTR. Hopefully NVIDIA can weaken a little bit here. Lulu's still trying to firm up for us. You know, those 910 Lulus are sitting at 50 cents a con right now. Hopefully they can firm up. They are, it's a tough battleground here. It's a really tough battleground for Lulu. You know, I do think that it has a chance to break this flag pattern and push higher. That's what I'm waiting for. Still writing 444 puts on the Qs, but now the Qs are potentially forming a little inverted head and shoulders that we have to be mindful of. You know, there's an inverse head and shoulders forming that could try to break out here, and how we see that is, let me just clean up these trend lines. We're just going to keep the some of these moving averages off. We'll keep the EMA and the 200, but basically this is your big trend line of resistance now on the Qs. I mean, we've tried breaking out of this range a couple different times, so there is a decent amount of resistance there. Lulu's still trying to press. Bitcoin going lower. Apple hitting the EMA 113 on the 1 minute chart. It's common sense. Do you mind if explain the headwind tailwind from Meta? Well, I'm not really sure what you mean at the moment. All right, Lulu's let me just think about that for a second. I'm just managing some of these Lulu positions. So those 910s are basically 5 cent down. I mean, we are seeing it push higher here. So let's see if we can get some more upward momentum on Lulu. Come on, Lulu. Keep pressing. Lulu is trying to break out of this range. So it is trying to break out. NVIDIA is still super strong, trying to make it seem like it wants to press a little bit higher here. Just really focusing on these Qs. Again, upside target on Lulu should hit this 405 based off of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. So those cons, I'm only down about 7 cents on those 910s, and we are firming up quite nicely here on Lulu. So, I mean, hopefully we can get a big push on Lulu and then a fall on NVIDIA. Come on, Lulu. Press higher. Seeing MicroStrategy back down to that 1558 level. Bitcoin back testing 63.3. Lulu looks ready to have a nice impulse green candle here. It's a nice consolidation pattern. It looks like it's going to have an impulse. Qs, though, potentially trying to break down. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell. SMCI coming in. But Lulu's looking more constructive. It looks like it's made its low, and it is looking much more constructive here. Again, you kind of have two upside targets. One is 405.90, and then the other inverse head and shoulders that you've just triggered puts you all the way up to 413.79 today. That could hit today. That could hit today. NVIDIA, Q's really just stuck in a range still. Q's are still stuck in a range. NVIDIA is trying to put in some consolidation here. But I mean, the headwinds for Meta is that it's Mr. Zuckerberg. That's the headwind. Sorry, that's the tailwind. Zuck. Everyone loves Zuck now. He's the darling of Wall Street because Meta made that ferocious comeback after that big sell. Funds weren't positioned in Meta. They were severely underpositioned, and now you're starting to see just that catch-up trade in Meta. Obviously, Meta's got a lot of works in the pipeline. I think a headwind for Meta is them introducing their own chip. I don't really like that. I don't really like the fact that Meta's introducing their own chip. You know, that's going to cost a lot in R&D. They could mess it up. They could have a lot of bugs. You know, it's not really their wheelhouse, even though they're trying to design it in-house. Now, if they're successful over the long term, sure, they could absolutely, you know, cause a nice bull run in Meta stock, but I don't know. I don't like the fact that they're designing their own chip. Just a little bit skeptical about it. Dollar's still at the highs of the session, guys. Dollar is still at the highs of the session. Seeing NVIDIA break down now a little bit more. I'm going to add to my QQQ put position, 444 puts here, because we now are seeing NVIDIA break down. So I have 65 cons on the Qs, sitting at an average of 26 cents. Lulu's trying to press higher. NVIDIA's now coming in. Semiconductors trying to firm. Watching Lulu closely because we're down. We were down substantially on that 410 calls. They're slowly coming back, but again, right, as time goes, it makes it a little bit more difficult. NVIDIA trying to bounce again. Q's just stuck in a range still. Let's see if Lulu can firm up. Come on. Next push on Lulu. All right, NVIDIA is starting to roll over a little bit more. Still seeing AVGO very strong. SMCI is down 0.76. AMD is down 0.7. Microsoft down half. NVIDIA up 0.3. Apple up 0.6. SOX is negative. Qs are negative. SPY is negative. Russell's negative. Nat gas negative. Oil appears to be potentially rolling over here. It's gone negative. So now you're seeing a little bit more weakness creeping in to the market across really, all sectors and commodities. So, I mean, every sector in the S&P is negative except for communications, utilities, and the Dow transports. So things are getting a little bit more intriguing here. Definitely more intriguing. NVIDIA coming in. Big hard sell there on NVIDIA, guys. Decent size sell on NVIDIA. Question is, how deep are we going to go on NVIDIA? How deep? A lot of buy the dip strength still in this name. Bitcoin again starting to roll over just a tad. Did get a 20-minute topping tail on, or it's not a topping tail actually. Doesn't fit the criteria, but NVIDIA is selling off much harder now. Decently. NVIDIA is selling off decently. Come on, NVIDIA, break it down. Come on, Qs. Again, we're riding 444 puts on the Qs, guys. 444 puts on the Qs. That's what we're riding. Nice little sell side pressure on the Qs coming in now, guys. All of a sudden, things are looking a little bit more grim for the semis, since semis have been weak all throughout the day. Microsoft's been weak, and you're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in NVIDIA. Out of BITI, nice trade there, nice trade. You just need NVIDIA to keep pressing lower here. You do need NVIDIA to keep pressing lower. QQQs are just up a little bit here. Dollar's still pressing, guys. Dollar is still pressing. So we're now approaching 12:35 time frame. Crypto stocks are breaking down at the moment. Lulu's trying to make another push higher. NVIDIA is kind of stabilizing in this range. Dixie still at the highs. Amazon's coming in now. Big down candle on Meta. Apple's breaking down at the moment. Tesla's still just floundering in a range. More sell side pressure coming into the equation here. Come on, Lulu. Press, press, press. A little bit of a wick there in the Qs. MicroStrategy going lower. Same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin going lower. Lululemon still down 16.23% on the session. Google's looking like it's still being faded. Yeah, see, you're smart. You gave yourself time on the clock. You gave yourself time on the clock. My average on Lulu is 65 cents, and it's a 0 DTE. So, I mean, it's size for a loss, but it still could make it. You know, there was one point where Lulu went break even, and structurally you're still consolidating above both little breakout zones. So I still think we can at least push to 405. 405 should get us at least somewhat in the money. You can see NVDA, this is the next level I'm watching on NVDA, this little upsloping trend line, because if you start rounding here, it could be creating a bit of a right shoulder, which would put you down into this 930 range. But Qs are still bouncing, just floundering in a range. Also could be forming an inverted head and shoulders on the Qs, right? You have your left shoulder, oops. Over here you have your right head, right shoulder. So I mean, Qs right now could still be forming a potential reversal. But the dollar's at the highs, 104.42, 104.42. Apple, Microsoft still trying to push. Sorry, Apple's not really, but Microsoft is. Microsoft's trying to firm up here. How are those marijuana stocks still? Yeah, Canopy's still squeezing up 38%. Magnificent move on Canopy growth. Monster move there. Bitcoin's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here. So BTC is trying to put in a bit of a bottom. MicroStrategy, NVIDIA bouncing again. I just took a 2150 call on Mara again. MARA 2150 call. High risk for sure. All right, guys, Qs are looking to come up to this neckline to test a little bit of a breakout again. Gold is respecting the Dixie. Yep, gold is respecting the Dixie, and Bitcoin too, right? Bitcoin down. So yeah, gold is respecting the Dixie for sure. No question about that. Bitcoin trying to hold 63,000 here. Still looking kind of weak at the moment. Russell's still weak. Microsoft trying to firm up. Amazon's curling down. Google's curling back up. Bitcoin's still curling down. Alright guys, we do have Lulu trying to press higher here, so that's good to see. It is trying to press higher. NVIDIA is running into a little bit of minor resistance. Qs are still potentially forming. They're coiling. The Qs are coiling here. Let's see if Lulu can make one big push. It's flagging and trying to break out here again. Still have two upside targets, 405.90 and then 413.64. Both could play out today. Obviously, the further upside target's going to be pending whether or not the indices remain firm in this region. Microsoft's testing a neckline breakout. NVIDIA's hitting some minor resistance. Potential head and shoulders on watch for NVIDIA. Guys, I just exited those Lulu calls, those 410 calls. I sold them at 74 cents. So my average was 65, sold them at 74 net profit. Would look to be going pretty grim there against us. We managed to make a gain on it. So I am all out of Lulu calls. I am all out of Lulu calls at the moment. That's another win on the session. Still could press higher, but I just wanted to take the profits there. Now we're going to be managing our QQQ put, our Mara long, and our Lulu and our NVIDIA. So look at Lulu still going, guys. Lulu, we ended up netting a nice little gain on the trade after all. Really, Mara's not participating. Microsoft's trying to break out, so it's helping the Qs at this point. Microsoft is trying to help the Qs press here and break out. We're at a very pivotal spot. Dollar's hitting a double top. Mara's just struggling in this range. Bitcoin is trying to bottom here. I just added to my Mara calls, M-A-R-A, sitting at 12.5 cent average now, 21.50s. Those are 0 DTEs. Microsoft's breaking out, so now we got to watch for this QQQ position because the QQQ 444 puts may have to close them for a loss if we get above this little key trend line. Again, tech isn't really respecting the dollar. NVIDIA is still up 3.2. Miraculous price action on NVIDIA. It's really, really wild price action. Bitcoin is trying to bottom in this range. Amazon's curling down. Qs officially haven't broken out, but Microsoft's trying to do some heavy lifting and push it higher here. MSTR is continuing to climb. Qs are trying to get that breakout range. Let's watch it closely. Qs are trying to break out. Thank you there. It's common sense. Yeah, that was a tricky one. That one went a lot deeper than I expected. That one, it was down what? I think over 20% at the lows. That one went deep into the abyss. All right, so Qs are attempting that little neckline break. This is a big spot. This is a really big spot at the moment. Qs are trying to break out there again, guys. Microsoft still pumping, Google still pumping. Bitcoin's now coming lower. So we got to watch out for this merit trade because Bitcoin is trying to fall some more here, losing 63K again. Potentially trying to lose 63K again. All right, Qs are pressing here. Qs are pressing. Mare is starting to uptick. Good to see. Come on, NVDA. It's a big fight here on the Qs, guys. It's a big fight on the Qs. Microsoft's doing heavy lifting. Apple's doing some heavy lifting. Meta's doing some heavy lifting. NVIDIA's curling down at the moment. So right at the breakout zone now, you have weakness in NVIDIA trying to cause a little bit of a failed breakout here. And you have strength continuing to see in Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft only down 0.4% now. So definitely seeing some firming up in Microsoft's price action. Bitcoin's still super weak. Nat gas still curling down. VIX at the lows on a Friday. That's typically common. Invert your trading view to help whether decide to go long or short. Yeah, this right now is technically a little bit of a long setup, but that dollar's still pressing for new highs on the session. I mean, look at this dollar. This is why I'm so skeptical. Like, look at this Dixie trying to press with the markets. New highs on the Dixie as the markets are trying to break out. Very peculiar price action. Very peculiar price action. I mean, at this point in time, we should respect it. Small caps are not participating in this rally. So I repeat, small caps are not participating in this rally. I mean, you do have yields down quite sharply, which is helping the markets. Oil's faded, nat gas is fading, Microsoft is really pumping. So, I mean, Microsoft really did the heavy lifting off of this little breakout. So that's a little bit of a 3-minute chart breakout. Now I got to watch for, are we going to stay above this little area? All right, we're squeezing in the Qs. We are starting to squeeze. Microsoft's still pumping. Qs are still breaking. Dixie still at the highs, Russell at the lows, VIX at the lows. Bitcoin selling off a little bit harder now, guys. But that's definitely a little bit of a breakout being observed. The question is, can it hold with the Dixie up here? You're into this previous little bear range where you broke down, but markets are acting very, very well at the moment. Markets are acting well. Microsoft's continuing to rip here. Bitcoin's trying to catch a bid. You have Mara trying to firm up. Qs are still coming in. Still pressing here. Still pressing. Dixie's still near the highs here. Russell's trying to catch a bid now, but still technically underperforming by a great margin. Definitely because they're more sensitive to the overall dollar market. Mara's trying to firm up, but still underperforming MicroStrategy. Microsoft's still very, very strong. Breaking out. The question is, are we going to get a back test on the Qs back to this breakout trend line? Or is it just going to be an uptrend all day? Dollar's taking a small breather here. Qs are still pumping. Bitcoin's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here. So Microsoft appears like it's trying to go green. AMD's almost green. Sorry if you hear chewing. I'm just eating some lunch. Bitcoin trying to hold 63, putting in a double bottom. Still riding 2150 calls on Mara. Oil's getting bludgeoned now. Oil's actually negative. So oil went from green to red. Not a good sign for it. Dollar's making new highs. Still seeing NVDA hold firm at the highs. You're seeing Mara getting rejected here. Semis are still trying to hold up. Definitely some volume increasing in this range on the Qs. You're seeing Google, Meta, and Tesla, Apple all still trying to curl to the upside. Microsoft seeing a little bit of a distribution candle right now. A little bit of a doji candle on Microsoft, just like it formed on the Qs. Dollar getting rejected at this double top for now. Mara's starting to perk up. Bitcoin's starting to perk up. Dollar's taking a bit of a breather. Russell 2000 still looks absolutely bearish on the session. It still looks very, very bearish on the session. The Russell 2000. Microsoft pushing again, trying to make a little bit of a new high. Does appear like they're trying to take Microsoft positive on the session. It certainly appears that way. How did Nike do? Did Nike get a big bounce? Yeah, Nike got a big bounce as well. Nike got a really big bounce. Our Mara is starting to push. Mara is starting to push. Qs are still chugging along here. But what's weighing on the Qs is a little bit of sell side pressure in NVDA in this range. Still holding above some of the key moving averages, but definitely observing some sell side pressure in NVIDIA at the moment. Microsoft is ripping though. Microsoft is absolutely flying. Mara calls are flying to the high side as well. So MARA, 2150s. They should get in the money. They should. We had that higher low pattern. Bouncing on Bitcoin could even be an inverse head and shoulders in the crypto market as well, just like the Qs. If you break that neckline, you could see Mara up to 2250. That could happen today if Bitcoin puts in some sort of a reversal. MSTR is trying to pump. Now you have NVIDIA trying to curl down just a touch, just a touch. Nat gas catching a bit. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. So we're still seeing a big push coming into the Qs. They are trying to push higher and higher here. Dollar's taking a breather. They are crushing the VIX here. They're absolutely crushing the VIX. Bitcoin again trying to make a stronger reversal to the upside. So BTC is seeing a push, trying to get back above 63.5 on the session. QQQ still pressing here. Qs are still pressing higher here. We're now approaching this little bit of a range pattern here. You can see we're into this little resistance zone at the moment on the Qs. This little channel of resistance. That's what we're tagging right now. Bitcoin's still trying to move higher. So across the board, you've had AMD turn green, SMCI turn green, Apple's green, Meta green, Google green, Amazon green. So a little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. Oil turned negative. Semiconductors are positive across the board. Bitcoin's still down about 3.35%, respecting the stronger dollar. Nike's still trying to bounce here and press higher into its gap window now. So Nike is looking a little bit more poised. Apple's firming up even more. Microsoft's still rallying. Those merit calls are starting to push even higher now, 2150s. Qs are up 0.13%. Russell's still down 1. S&P still slightly negative by 0.07. You still have the majority of sectors red. Retail, regionals are struggling today despite the lowering in yields, which is really interesting. The only sectors green tier are XLC, XLK, and XLU. So clearly mega cap tech is lifting things on this Friday when the majority of other sectors are actually lagging. Dollar's still trading at 104.40. Mara is starting to pump really hard here, guys. 2150s is what we need. 2150s. Bigger push coming into play with MARA. So crypto stocks are starting to push and squeeze. Microsoft still no consolidation for the last really 30 minutes. Microsoft's just been pressing higher. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green 5-minute candles in a row and still pumping. Qs are still pressing. Mara is still pressing. Apple, Microsoft all pumping up here to the high side. Lulu 405, time to close. Nice job. Yeah, we made some money on Lulu today. Qs are still pressing here. Last 30 minutes of upside, no real consolidation. Nat Gas is trying to catch a bid. Microsoft still pushing higher. MSTR. Bitcoin's starting to really push here, so this is where you could see crypto stocks really make a move to the high side. Nat Gas is even firming up. as the dollar slightly softens here. Microsoft still pushing. What a rally in Microsoft. Holy, what a push. What a push in Microsoft. NVDA is starting to weaken just a tad here. There goes Mara, guys. It's still trying. All right, we'll erase this little channel since we're above it. Again, the upside target on the Qs is really at 447, but still finding it hard pressed to see the Qs make it there with the dollar so strong. I mean, you do have yields weak today. Very weird price action. You have dollar absolutely ripping, but you have yields pretty much collapsing today. And you have regionals weak. So I don't even know if I haven't really looked at the regionals, but there might be some sort of an issue happening in the regionals again. Yeah, just email me. Just email me. Use the email that I sent you during the welcome page. Now you have NVIDIA trying to break out again. Dollar's also trying to press higher. Tesla's still really struggling. Yeah, if you buy calls, maybe NVIDIA will crash. Dollar's still pushing for new highs, guys. Bitcoin's seeing some rejections. NVIDIA's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at this zone. Lulu's still pumping higher here. Bitcoin taking a little bit of a sell. So the Russell's really lagging things here on the Russell. Microsoft still holding up. NVIDIA trying to break out again. Intraday breakout is being observed. Quite astonishing price action here in the market. Again, the Dixie is still at the highs of the session, but mega cap tech is just ignoring it, trading in a world of its own. Yields are still sharply lower today. Qs are still pumping. Qs are absolutely still pumping. Look at NVIDIA squeeze, guys. Look at NVIDIA squeeze. Any hope for QQQ? I mean, there's always hope. We've seen some crazy, astonishing moves. Wow, those 410 Lulus pretty much went in the money. Should have held those a little bit longer. Yeah, there's always hope. I mean, we've had an astonishing rally. Dollar's still pressing. I mean, the market likes the fact that oil weakened, yields are down. Still have the majority of sectors red. This is really just an XLK rally. Mega cap tech is really the only things rallying at this point. Microsoft now seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 5-minute green candles in a row. So big move up in Microsoft. Microsoft, interesting enough, was super weak on the session. And now it's firmed up quite substantially. No consolidation. Since we've broken out in the Qs, there's been no consolidation, which is definitely interesting. All right, guys, I just exited Mer. Sold them at 17 cents. I got filled at. You are seeing Bitcoin breaking down just a little bit. Now you're starting to see a small amount of sell side pressure in the Qs off this region. As the dollar's still pushing. This market price action is even baffling me. The fact that the indices are still so strong when the dollar's just ripping. I mean, the dollar's broken out of an inverse head and shoulders clear as day. You still have indices absolutely flying to the high side. Qs are still pushing. No sellers in sight in the Qs at the moment. Things are still acting very, very well. Very, very well. Bitcoin's still pushing. Google's now rolling down a little bit. Potential lower high on Google today. There's a potential lower high in place on Google today. We'll watch that closely. Still like those 150 puts on Google. Markets haven't really seen any sort of a pullback. They have not seen any sort of a pullback yet. Bitcoin's still trying to firm up here. NVDA is seeing a little bit more sellers coming in now. You're seeing Qs potentially seeing some selling. Still very strong right now at the moment. But we are observing a little bit of minor selling. Bitcoin's still trying to bounce. Microsoft's curling down. Apple curling down. Tesla pushing up. Amazon's still looking pretty constructive to move higher. NVIDIA is still just holding strong. Q's coming in a little bit. The Russell looks kind of weak in this zone. NVIDIA trying to break this little neckline. Let's see if it plays out. Bigger breakdown coming in the Qs. NVIDIA seeing the heavy sell side pressure there. Crypto stocks are still trying to hold up well. They're acting okay. So this is our first little pullback in the Qs that we're getting. Typically, you like to retest the breakout zone, which is all the way down here at 446. So let's see. Again, you still have the Dixie really firm at the moment. Bitcoin's trying to hold 63.5. You have Apple, Meta curling down Tesla. Amazon still trying to push up. Google trying to push up simultaneously. You have Microsoft still slightly negative, SMCI green, AMD green, NVIDIA, Apple green, S&P down by 25 cents. Russell still down by 1%. Still the majority of sectors red. You have crypto stocks still trying to press higher here, although Bitcoin's still trying to hold above 63.5, but really struggling in this range. It absolutely is struggling in this range. I do like 150 puts on Google. Tesla's still curling to the upside, looking promising to continue higher. Tesla is looking a little bit promising at the moment. Apple, Microsoft still curling down. And Amazon looks poised to move higher here. So I think the likes of Amazon and Tesla, the consumer discretionary based stocks, are seeing some money flowing back into those bigger names at the moment. Microsoft had a nice 10-minute pullback. Did put in a 10-minute topping tail on Microsoft. So we got to watch for that. This could be a minor bearish pattern on NVIDIA, consolidating underneath this little neckline. But NVIDIA is still a monster today, outperforming everything. Outperforming everything. Keys are catching a nice bid now. Really, it's coming from Microsoft or NVIDIA. NVIDIA did the heavy lifting there in that QQQ bar, retracing back to this little neckline, trying to get above it. All right, NVIDIA pressing higher here, lifting the Qs again. Mega cap tech getting another bid here in the Qs. Another bid in the Qs. VIX is still at the lows of the session. So the VIX is still at the lows of the session. Regionals are really weak today, guys. KRE, something's happening in the banks again because yields are collapsing down pretty sharply today, and regionals are absolutely getting slaughtered at the moment. So we've seen this scenario before where regionals come under immense pressure, and then you see a big flow of money coming back into mega cap tech. Pretty big downside moves across the regional market. Not really seeing any standout ones that are getting hit hard, but definitely some banking stocks are under pressure at the moment. SPY and Russell still negative. Qs are up by 0.19%. Microsoft still lagging. Apple pushing up 0.68. Stocks are positive. AMD still green. AVGO green. Tesla's down 1.44%. Bitcoin's taking another bit of a leg lower here. So Bitcoin appears to be taking another leg lower. Google's curling down a bit. Still have NVDA really strong, testing 945 again. Bitcoin's potentially losing 63K. Dixie's still near the highs. Qs are still pressing here. Qs are absolutely still pressing. Nice consolidation occurring on the Qs. Dixie at the highs still. NVIDIA still just chopping in this range. Microsoft curling up. Meta curling up. Tesla's doing some nice curling action. Apple just stuck in a sideways chop. Google still potentially putting in a lower high. We'll see if it wants to break out. Nat gas is actually trying to go positive. I mean, it's down 1% still, but it is showing some signs of life here around that 180 zone. Excuse me. Dixie surging there. Again, mega cap tech, not a care in the world. VIX new lows, the UVIX new lows. Dixie new highs, VIX new lows. Yields are still sharply down. coin puts. Just be careful, right? Because you have, I mean, the indices are getting a little extended here on the Qs, but Bitcoin is still technically trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here around that 63K. It's struggling, but it's still down 3.1%, and crypto stocks are showing a little bit of signs of potentially trying to break out to the upside here. So, I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Widespread, yeah, there is a widespread. MSTR, Mara, they're all widespreads, right? Coin, I'm not too sure what the spread is, but a lot of them do have widespreads, right? All right, Qs are looking to make a new high here. Wow. Dixie's still pressing, guys. Now you have Google, Apple curling down a bit. So Google and Apple are curling down. See, Bitcoin's catching a bid here. Bitcoin is catching a minor bid. Google coming in a little bit more. How's the likes of AMD doing? AMD had a really big red to green reversal, hitting the 10-minute EMA 113 at the moment. SOX ETF is back above that neckline, so I mean, nice price action in the SOXX, getting back above some key resistance. Amazon breaking out of a 10-minute flag pattern consolidation range. So Amazon is seeing some strength. AMD is continuing to press. A little bit of a double top on the Qs. I still expect a retrace to 446 at the minimum. I would have anticipated the indices being down a lot more. I mean, what's interesting again is when you look at the grand scheme of things in the whole market, majority of sectors red, only mega cap tech sectors like XLK, XLC are performing today. You look at the Russell's had really no bounce at all today. There's been absolutely really no bounce at all in the Russell. NVIDIA is still just teetering on this little bit of a neckline. Let's see if the Qs want to break this little bit of a range that we've been keeping in. Dixie still pressing. I mean, that's a clear breakout on the Dixie. I would have expected at least even the S&P 500 stocks to be a little bit more weaker today. But I guess the yields and the VIX being down and oil turning negative, keeping a underlying bid on things. Dixie again, new high. Just one candle at a time. It's pressing for new highs each way. Google coming in. And I'm writing 150 puts on Google. I got filled at 11.5 cents. Tesla still curling. Bitcoin trying to curl up. Amazon still trying to curl up. Apple curling down. NVDA trying to just stay sideways in this range. Really, really strong. Q's just hanging out here. 10-minute chart of the Q's still looking constructive. Dixie still pushing. Gold down 1%. Silver down. UVIX was green. Now it's red. NVIDIA seeing a little bit more sell side. Can we get some sell side pressure in this market? With this Dixie rallying this hard, I find it hard pressed that we're not going to have any sort of a market correction. I mean, you can even see this from this little pivot high on the dollar. Take a look. We've actually broken out of two massive levels today on the dollar. So again, I still lean more bearish. We could see an end day sell-off. Qs are coming in just a touch. Nothing crazy yet. Microsoft seeing some sellers. We really need NVIDIA to fall here, or else it's going to keep an underlying bid in the Qs. If NVIDIA doesn't give up some sort of these gains, the Qs are going to remain firm here. It's very tough for the market these days to fall with NVIDIA still being up 3.2%. But again, like this type of bounce is concerning because it wasn't small caps. Small caps have not participated in this rally at all. Whenever small caps aren't participating, you just have to lean a little bit cautious because it does mean that there's underlying weakness in the broad market. And I see a lot of red on the screen today. It's now approaching 140 time frame. Apple breaking down there. Google seeing more selling. Now NVIDIA seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. Qs are breaking this key trend line. Watch them take Apple negative. Imagine that. After that big down day yesterday, imagine they take Apple back to the negative side. A little bit of distribution coming into the semis. Minus NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding up phenomenally well. Again, we should hit a downside on NVIDIA if this indices ever give it up around 935 at the minimum. Meta's still trying to curl up. Tesla's still pushing. So still quite a few pockets of strength in these indices. Q's right back up on NVIDIA and Microsoft bouncing there. Small caps are still down over 1%. SPY's slightly just flat on the, slightly negative, more or less flat on the session. AMD pushing right back up. Apple still curling down. Apple seeing some pretty decent sell side pressure over the last 30 minutes. NVIDIA, Google, Qs all pushing up. Qs are trying to push back up here. NVIDIA ripping again. Seeing some heavy volume coming in. Now up 3.5% on the session and climbing. Monster break there on NVIDIA. Monster move. They're trying to push NVIDIA up again to new highs on the session. We'll see if they can successfully do it. It appears like they do want to lift NVIDIA to new highs. Microsoft's now pushing. Dollar's taking a small minor breather here. Dixie is. Slight rejection there at that double top on NVIDIA. Minor rejection. I even think 940 puts to kind of get us in the money. 0 DTEs can hedge those 910s because it doesn't look like NVIDIA is going to fall to 910 today. I mean, we still have a lot of time to do so, but I do like 940s in this range. Qs are still just consolidating here. You have Nat Gas actually trying to make a move back up here, trying to recapture the 7-day moving average on natural gas. Qs are pressing here. Qs are trying to press. The strength is coming from Meta right now, Amazon, Apple catching a little minor bid. NVIDIA just stuck. Microsoft stuck and sideways, Google curling down. But really, it's Apple and Meta trying to bounce here. Wow, canopy growth of 54% and squeezing. What a monster. What a monster. All right, Qs are breaking here. Qs are trying to break out here. New little high on the Qs. Did the Qs get the 1 minute close above? So no official breakout yet, but the Qs are trying hard here. That's a tough one to short. Canopy growth, CGC. When it starts to get these upward moves, you just want to kind of stay out of its way for now. I wish I was still holding my longs. We took profits on our trade, but look at these monster moves that it can have. Is it overbought? Yeah, for sure on the daily, but could you get a scalp short into this gap fill zone, this pivot high? You probably could, but it's a very, very risky trade. Very, very risky trade. Wow, indices are really pumping here, guys. Indices are really pumping. Qs are ripping. Absolutely flying to the high side here. Microsoft's trying to go green. Microsoft is trying to go green. Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a move up. Qs are absolutely ripping. So now you've had the S&P turn green, Qs are green, stocks are green, more green appearing on the screen. Russell's still lagging quite substantially. NVIDIA just made a new high there, so NVIDIA is pressing even higher at the moment. Very, very extended still, but it is pushing. Yeah. Yeah, I did make that pun. Good memory. Good memory. Amazon's still really strong. Meta's still really strong. Microsoft breaking out of a little bit of a bull flag. NVDA trying to break out. Dixie also trying to break out. Qs have broken out. Will the Dixie try to kibosh its breakout? At this point in time, all day, the Dixie has been failing to really put any sort of strain on the indices. They've just been a monster rally in tech. So a monster rally in tech is being observed. Dixie still at the highs of the session. Qs are at the highs of the session. So Dixie and Qs almost rallying together. Go figure. Go figure, eh? Dixie and Qs are still just pumping together, simultaneously pushing up. Now, if we look at the 10-minute chart of the Qs, you're now trading into this little resistance pivot zone. Let's see if that acts as any sort of resistance. You're also hitting the 618 fib here. We are trying to get above it as we speak. Microsoft's still continuing. Google's trying to pump. NVIDIA's trying to pump up. Definitely some resistance here, but again, markets are in a full-fledged rally mode, and we're seeing the mega cap tech lift this market by the scruff of its neck and pumping things to the high side. A little bit of a down move coming in. NVIDIA, Meta's still strong. The big question that everyone's waiting for is, will we see any sort of consolidation that takes us slightly lower today? As of now, we're not seeing any sort of weakness creep in. Markets are ignoring the dollar. Oil's trying to catch a bid. Oil's trying to flip back to the green side. Still slightly negative, but trying to flip to the green side on oil. AMD is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. MSTR is coming in. Let's take a look at SMR. Looking at a long on SMR. Let's erase this. So I remember we went long onto daily 200 intraday, got a small bounce. Now you're approaching that EMA 113. That's probably the next best resistance to wait for, or support to wait for. And then you do have a gap fill in SMR down here at 391 and also at around 350, 349. So a couple little gaps that could act as some pretty big resistance. But you're approaching that EMA. I'd wait for that if you're looking for the long day trade, especially since when you look at this pattern, you know, it's been having these attempts at bouncing, and it's really been weak all throughout the day. NVIDIA is still trying to push. Qs are still trying to push. So I'd personally just wait until you get that daily MMA, and then you can take a stab at it. No problem, no problem. Qs are still relentlessly consolidating here. Still trying to press higher. No real pullback in NVIDIA since you broke this little neckline. There's been absolutely no pullback. Really, you had a sideways consolidation period here, and you're still holding gains. You're hitting that 618 resistance along with these little previous breakdown pivots. So there should be some sellers here. But just relentless strength in the NASDAQ market at the moment. Relentless strength in the dollar market, but markets aren't caring about the dollar right now. All right, NVIDIA falling a little bit more now. Qs are coming in. SOX is catching a minor bid, the SOXS. Microsoft's still trying to push higher though. Bitcoin still at 63.5, Meta's at 508.56, Google currently up 2.13%, Microsoft just slightly red on the session. You have Apple up about 0.69, Google, again, Meta perform. Amazon still just chugging along, up 0.5% on Amazon. Tesla's lagging the market down 1.48%. So not really participating. You still have the Russell negative, SPY positive, Qs positive. It does appear that they want to take Microsoft positive today. That's what it's looking like, to be honest. You're getting a little bit of an intraday bearish divergence on NVIDIA, but again, things are still remaining super strong through the leading semiconductor name here. Just gonna let my dog back inside. Just give me 1 sec. Dixie new high. Simultaneously, the Qs are trying to put in a new high. Qs are relentless. Qs are relentless today. Microsoft had a huge stick to the upside. Whoa. I don't know if that's a news candle or what, but wow. What a move on Microsoft there. What a move. Notice how Microsoft's breaking out. Microsoft actually turned green off of that stick. Qs still haven't taken out the highs, which is kind of fascinating to see. So, I mean, that was a massive monster stick on the Qs. Google still pressing. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Just some minor selling in NVIDIA. So Microsoft seeing some heavy volume in that region. It did turn green, trying to break out here. Right now, QVIX is at the lows, UVIX is at the lows, so it is a VIX Crush Friday at the moment. Dixie just made a new high as well. So it seems like it's going tit for tat. Qs are making new highs, Dixie making new highs. Really, the market is not caring about this dollar. Question here on Google. Can Google just go to 150 so I can sign on? I know, honest to God. Markets are relentless. Markets are relentless at the moment. Semiconductors are trying to see a little bit of sell side pressure, but still very, very strong. A little bit more sell side pressure coming into the market. You're seeing NVIDIA having a pretty decent sized decline there. That's dragging the Qs, where the opposite is happening to Microsoft. Microsoft's actually pumping. So we are seeing NVIDIA coming down ever so slightly as Microsoft is pushing. Qs are still holding in a range, but coming down just a tad now. Big bounce coming into NVIDIA. Relentless by the dip. Dixie still at the highs of the session. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sell side. Google trying to curl up. NVIDIA still pressing down a little bit here on the 1 minute chart. Qs are coming in. See if we can retest 446 on the Qs. SDS going negative. Yep, so SPY turned green. Oil's trying to catch a bid. NVIDIA is still seeing some sell side pressure at the moment. Still up on the session over 3%. So, I mean, still a powerhouse name. All other stocks are still remaining strong. Really, the sell side pressure in the Qs is coming from NVIDIA and some semis. Semiconductor plays are showing a little bit of weakness here. Just initially, I mean, they're still seeing monster gains in NVIDIA at the moment. SMCI turned back negative. AMD still up about 0.5%. Google's still holding up well at the moment. Microsoft holding up well. VIX is catching a small little minor pop off these lows. I think the markets are staying buoyant because they don't believe the Dixie closing up here. You know, we haven't seen the Dixie close above 104 for the whole month of March. So I think they're trying to remain a little bit buoyant. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of buy pressure coming back in. Did put in a 20-minute reversal candle. Let's see if that has any more follow through to the downside. Qs, you can see, just retesting its previous high range here, finding some support. Microsoft still consolidating, Apple consolidating, Google consolidating, Meta, Amazon curling up. We run into this little situation here. If you actually check back, you know, down to, like, say, this 446 zone, then you could have a potential. You have a left shoulder, you have a head, and you would have a right shoulder formation on the Qs if you check back. Right now it's a little bit premature, but we'll see if we form any sort of a right shoulder bullish pattern off of the Qs. NVIDIA pushing right back up. Dixie softening, helping the indices here. IWM's trying to get a little bit of a bid. Google seeing a little bit of downside now. Approaching that 213 time frame. Qs are coming in just a touch here, just a touch. Weakness being observed in NVDA. Amazon putting in a little bit of a 10-minute reversal bar. Microsoft still consolidating. NVIDIA potentially triggering a little minor intraday bear flag. Qs are coming in a little bit harder now. Now you have Google seeing some downside, but really that's an Amazon down candle. Tesla still holding, Apple still holding. Amazon putting in a potential 10-minute and bearish engulfing. Let's see what that translates to. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. MSTR coming in pretty sharply. Google's still trying to press. Meta's still consolidating. Microsoft's still consolidating. Apple's still consolidating. Dixie has softened quite substantially there. Now, do we bounce off this trend line, create a right shoulder, or do we just bounce and make new highs? That's the question, right? Again, the Dixie's still kind of firm at this point. IWM coming in hotter now. Google's still holding up well. Microsoft seeing some downward pressure. See what type of candle we're forming. Hourly chart, a potential little topping tail in the hourly chart forming on the Qs. Potential little topping tail. Dixie softening some more. Seeing Microsoft coming in just a touch. Microsoft's back to the negative side, but just slightly negative. Apple's up 3/4. NVIDIA's still up 3. SMCI is basically flat. Tesla's still down 1.15, but it has firmed up. A little bit more of harder selling coming into Microsoft, Amazon. NVIDIA's stabilizing. Google's still trying to push higher. I am seeing some weakness creeping back into natural gas. The VIX is getting a small pop. A little bit more weakness creeping into the semis and the Qs. That UVIX is trying to make a low and put in a small time reversal as the Qs are now coming in. A little bit harder selling. A little bit harder selling. If the Qs break this little pivot level, then we should have a move down to 446. But again, markets have been defying pretty much everything all day. The dollar has been Apple's now curling down. Microsoft's curling down. Meta, Tesla, Amazon, they're still looking okay. Little minor 1 minute bear flag on NVIDIA. You are at support on both Qs and NVIDIA. Amazon seeing more selling, Google seeing some sellers, Meta seeing some sellers. Again, NVIDIA is just holding here, but I am seeing some weakness creeping into the SOXX. AVGO is only up 1% now, so that's a leading household name, showing some weakness. Nat gas curling down. Again, if NVIDIA breaks this little bear flag, that's what's going to take the Qs lower here. So we're getting a break. We are getting a break here. Let's see how much of a flush they want to give us. Bigger decline there in NVIDIA. You're seeing weakness creep into Google now and the whole entire QQQ complex. So more selling in the Qs, a nice little breakdown occurring in the Qs. A little bit of a late afternoon sell coming in. NVIDIA falling a little bit harder. A little bit harder. Pretty decent sized bounce there on NVIDIA. Pretty decent sized bounce there on NVIDIA. Google's still coming in a little hot at the moment. Qs are trying to stabilize here. Bounce coming in though. So 940 puts did hit on the NVIDIA chart. That was a little bit of a hedge to hedge our 910 puts. So those did hit. Still think the Qs can retest 446, but we'll see. Things are getting gobbled right back up late in the session here. Gobbled right back up. Google got gobbled right back up too. Qs are retesting this little bit of a neckline zone. They are technically above it right now. We're just trading into it. My head and shoulders on the QQQ puts the downside at 445.92. You said 446. Seems like mine is just off of yours. Do you take the pivot high down from the neckline for a target measure? Yes, I like the calming music. Yeah, that's actually from my sauna. Just have it going in the background. But yeah, I do take it from the pivot high. So I mean, are you talking about the Qs here? This potential, like we don't have a head and shoulders right now on the Qs at all. You broke this little neckline, so it's not a head and shoulders. You don't have a right shoulder that's developed, and you can't have a lower, your neckline has to be upsloping. So I mean, this isn't a head and shoulders, it's just, that was just a technical support trend line that we broke. Now we're above it. So you can't actually create a head and shoulders off of this pattern. Doesn't fit the criteria, unfortunately. Google's still trying to press higher here. Q's right back up. You know, we had a big dip there, and then they got gobbled right back up late into the session. Big push in the Qs again, retesting 447. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google ripping. Google's absolutely flying to the high side here. So it's definitely not going to help our QQQ. I may have to stop out of these Google puts for a loss, unfortunately. We'll see. We'll see what the Qs can do here late in the session. NVIDIA getting bought right back up. Dixie softening. SOXS coming down. Microsoft is back to the green side. Microsoft, I repeat, is back to the green side. Ten-year yield is still down 1.24. Again, gold, silver negative. They're respecting the dollar. Bitcoin negative, respecting the dollar. Russell respecting the dollar. S&P and Qs just being lifted by mega cap tech. You have regionals down 1.92. Retail's down 0.8. Dow Jones Transport's positive on the session with the weakness in oil. The industrial average is slightly negative, down by 0.4. Only sectors green are communications, utilities, and tech, XLK. The rest of the market is seeing sell side pressure. Microsoft pushing, Apple pushing, Amazon pushing again, Tesla. So the Magnificent Seven are pushing again to the high side. They are trying to push to the high side here. Tesla's still climbing, Meta's still climbing, Google's still climbing, Microsoft just trending sideways. So let's see if we lose this little support zone again on the Qs. Let's see if we lose that area. Dollar's still trying to trend higher here. I'm seeing the Russell curling down again, Microsoft curling down, Google's finally weakening, Meta finally weakening. Dixie is surging here late into the session. The Dixie is surging late into the session again. Qs are still holding right at the support zone. NVIDIA trying to push up above this key resistance. Microsoft, Google curling down at the moment. Apple pushing, Tesla pushing, NVIDIA pushing. NVIDIA trying to break out here on the 1 minute chart again. Russell 2000 is weakening. Amazon just had a big wick up. The VIX is still trying to also pick up steam. But mega cap tech is still just pushing, with Apple leading the charge now. NVIDIA is really trying to break above that key resistance. Google's also seeing a little more selling. Tesla's still holding firm. Apple, a little bit of a 5-minute down candle. Microsoft curling down. Qs are still just consolidating in this range. You can see NVIDIA holding that EMA 113 like a champ at the moment. Qs are seeing another buyer's bid coming in. VIX is also perking up off of the lows, still down about 0.94%, but it is seeing the last 30 minutes of upside. So a little bit of downside protection is being bought here in the afternoon session. Maybe as we head into the weekend, people are a little bit concerned, holding over the weekend, so they're just hedging positions with some VIX, some volatility. Just still stuck in a range at the moment. Microsoft's pressing higher, so that's going to help the Qs. Bitcoin's getting a nice little bid here. Russell 2000 is showing still a decent amount of weakness on the session. Looks like a bull flag on the NVIDIA daily. Probably new highs on NVIDIA next week. We shall see. We shall see. Could very well be a potential. Don't ever rule it out. So Qs are seeing a little bit of downward pressure, but NVIDIA is pushing up. So the weakness is coming from Microsoft at the moment. Seeing a little bit of downward pressure. Nothing crazy. Minor weakness creeping back into the Qs. Dixie's going for a new high of day. VIX is still seeing a little bit of momentum, trying to put in a little bit of an hourly bottoming tail, followed up by a 4-hour reversal candle at the double bottom low. They actually seem to be wanting to pin the market in this range. We've just been stuck really in this range since 1 o'clock, the early afternoon session. Bitcoin making a move back to the high side. NVIDIA still holding right at this EMA 113. Qs are right on this little trend line of support. VIX is getting a bigger pop now, guys, so we could see a little bit of a late day flush. VIX is getting a little bit of a pop. Again, the tech market has been kind of diverging away from everything, but the UVIX is getting a little bit of a buyer's bid here late into the close. We'll watch that carefully. Microsoft, Amazon curling down, Meta's curling down now, Apple, Tesla trying to push up. You see the Qs right on that EMA 113, holding steady. NVIDIA trading slightly below it. Microsoft hanging on, trying to remain positive. It's just basically down slightly on the session, ever so slightly. Tesla still down 1.1%. Meta's coming in pretty firmly here. Meta's seeing some heavy sell side pressure. There goes NVIDIA, seeing more sell side pressure. NVIDIA still looking kind of heavy in this region. Microsoft looking heavy. Google still looking okay. Tesla looking okay. Apple looking okay. Bigger fall there in the Qs. Bigger fall there in the Qs. Nice down move coming into NVIDIA. Google's still hanging on. Big wick back up, getting gobbled and bought. Seeing the VIX still climbing. UVIX is at 633 now. It's only down 0.63%. Can they push the VIX green on this VIX Crush Friday? That's the big question. Can they push it green on this VIX Crush Friday? XOM wants higher. Yep, it does look like energy's still going to trend higher. I mean, it's energy stocks are showing resiliency, even though oil's had a little bit of a pullback. So I mean, once oil makes its next move up, you can imagine what these energy stocks are going to do then. A little bit more selling coming into NVIDIA. Bigger breakdown there. Decent sized decline coming into NVIDIA. Google's now selling a little bit harder. More downside creeping in. So you can see we bounced off the 2-minute EMA 113 here once, put in a potential lower high. So now if we test this area, we should slice through it on the Qs. You can see NVIDIA is still weakening. Google coming in. Buy imbalance on NVIDIA is huge. Interesting. Very interesting. Last hour and 10 minutes of trading here. A little bit of a bounce coming back into NVIDIA. Big bounce there on NVIDIA. Qs are catching a bid. So late in the session here, they are selling NVIDIA a bit. I do have 10-minute support on NVIDIA at 930. 930 is the next support zone on NVIDIA. Qs are bouncing off that EMA 113, but remember, we bounced there once, put in a lower high, so we should fall through it. Right now, though, Microsoft getting a pretty big 2-minute wick. Meta's still falling. Tesla's still chopping sideways. NVIDIA's obviously under pressure here late into the close. Final hour, 9 minutes left in trading. Dixie's still at the highs, trying to put in new highs on the session here. You can see the Dixie. Whistling Dixie. Whistling, whistling. Thank you for the imbalance update there. 1.5 billion to reach on the So Qs are trying to break this little level here. NVIDIA's still trying to sell off a bit under a little bit of pressure late in the afternoon. We have seen that common trend and theme occur a variety of times. Qs are getting some support off of this EMA. Still think we can hit 436. Sorry, 446, not 436. 446. Microsoft curling down. Meta still seeing some heavy sell side pressure at the moment. Apple now curling down. Tesla also curling down. NVIDIA trying to stabilize here. Qs are trying to breach this EMA. We'll see if they lose it. Right now you're holding. They're trying to hold. Microsoft flipped back to the negative side. NVIDIA is still up 2.65%. Apple up 0.8%. SMCI just turned negative. AMD is still up 0.5%. You have Bitcoin down 2.5%, but that's firmed up. Nat gas still negative. Oil still negative. Yields are down sharply. Dollar's up today nicely. Qs are getting a really big bid here. All right, potentially another leg lower in the Qs forming here. Potentially another little leg lower in the Qs. NVIDIA, a little 1-minute bear flag. Qs are still holding this EMA, but we've tagged it now twice. Small bounce off this candle. Let's see if we can break down. Microsoft selling pretty hard. You're holding puts on Lulu. I mean, it's had a pretty nice bounce off of the lows, but nasty breakdown on Lulu. That's a stock that probably will be accumulated, so just it's a household name, you know, for the long term. So you're going to have a lot of long-term buying pressure coming into Lulu. It is a quality stock, obviously bad guidance. Investors don't like that in the near term, but that one has had a pretty precipitous fall, breaking key trend lines, you know, smashing through the daily 200 like a hot knife through butter. I think it'll retrace to the daily 200, and then from there you have to really see if it can press back into its little bit of a bullish trend. It's kind of but definitely a big technical breakdown has occurred. All right, we're into power hour now. Power hour. NVIDIA is still trying to press above this 940 level. Qs are still holding on this EMA. NVIDIA, big buy program coming into NVIDIA. If the Qs do flush again, this 446 zone is a big support level. But as of now, things are bouncing. NVIDIA catching a bid. Qs are catching a bid. Dixie's still pressing for new highs, guys. Dixie's still pressing. Google coming in just a little bit late into the session here. Microsoft, Google, Apple all curling down. Meta's still trying to bounce. NVIDIA's still trying to hold a bounce. Dollar's still trying to press for new highs on the session. VIX still, UVIX trading at 633. It has had a nice 40-minute bounce showing some potential downside accumulation. Protection, probably portfolio hedging into the weekend. Dixie just made a new high, guys. Dixie did just make a new high. Google's looking a little bit heavier in this range, but Qs are still just managing to hold. VIX is catching another bid. Let's see if we take another down leg in the Qs. Microsoft pushing, Apple curling down, Google still curling down, Meta holding again, Tesla now curling down, NVIDIA trying to push back up. NVIDIA is the best performing mega cap again, up about 2.9% on the session. Qs are trying to press up a little bit. There goes Netflix, so Netflix catching a bid, I guess. Dixie, look at the Dixie, high of day. Dixie is at the high of day. You can see that the market is really trading at this EMA 113 on the Qs, 1 minute chart. It's now power hour, so we are into power hour. A little bit of volatility creeping into the picture here. Microsoft still slightly negative. SMCI is slightly negative. NVIDIA is putting in a little bit of a 5-minute bear flag potential to go a little bit lower. Again, still technically one of the stronger stocks. Even if it does have a little bit of a sell-off here into the close, it's still showing absolute resiliency. Holding that 2-minute EMA 113. Neo triggered a head and shoulders. John C is saying Neo triggered a head and shoulders. Do you like it for a swing trade under 470? Sorry, John, I just saw your message now. I'll take a look at Neo. NIO. Dollar just pressing higher. Yeah, I don't see a head and shoulders on it. Are you talking about intraday maybe? Let's see intraday. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. Let's flip back to the Qs. Sorry about that. You'll have to elaborate what I'm looking for, but I don't see it. All right, Qs are just still stuck in this range at the moment. Not really pressing, not really falling. VIX is still trying to climb a bit. Dollar's pushing really sharply higher here. So the DXY is pushing. Russell's falling. Weakness in Tesla is being observed, curling down. Microsoft trying to curl up. Meta trying to curl up. Amazon trying to curl up. All right, more of a decline coming in the Qs now. So we are losing that 2-minute EMA 113. NVIDIA is still trying to hold this zone. Definitely seeing some sellers. And the Q's just holding this EMA 113 very strongly at the moment. Quite firm. Quite firm. Those dip buyers in Lulu paid well. Yes, they did. We netted, we took 410 calls and they did go in the money. So we made quite a nice amount of chunk of change on Lulu today. And getting our ass handed to us on NVIDIA. Qs are still just holding here. Holding. Dollars pressing. VIX still just muted. Nat gas falling. Oil just sideways. Microsoft big stick. Meta seeing some buyers. Apple seeing some buyers. QQQ. If they lose this EMA, we've held it once, twice, 3 times now. This is a big spot. You're going to have a quick flush, in my opinion, if you lose this. You'll probably want to retest 446. It looks likely. NVIDIA is still putting in potentially a little bit of a bear flag on the 5-minute chart. Microsoft holding, Apple holding, Google still holding. Let's see where the weakness comes in. Yeah, Lulu absolutely had a massive monster stick there. Lulu caught a nice bid. Lulu breaking a wedge on the 1 minute chart. How do you measure those? Is this the type of pattern you're talking about? This little wedge pattern, that breakout? All right, here comes the Qs. Here come NVIDIA. They are falling. Google's falling. Everything's falling across the board. Lots of volume coming in NVIDIA. Qs are trying to lose that 2-minute EMA 113. Still getting bought up. We're into the final 53 minutes of trading. Lulu got rejected there, breaking out. It looked like it to be an inverse head and shoulders. And now it's coming in pretty sharply as the dollar's still soaring and roaring. Here comes the Qs. They are losing that EMA 113. They are losing it as we speak. Google selling off 50 cents away from 150. Microsoft coming in. NVIDIA still seeing buyers in this vicinity. What type of support are you hitting on NVIDIA right now? Not really much support on NVIDIA at the moment. 935.75 is your hourly 7 moving average. 935.75. But look, the Qs just don't want to go down. VIX still trying to catch some buyers here. Apple putting in a bull flag. Let's play the Dixie again. All right, NVIDIA big wick up. Q's recapturing that EMA. So a pretty fair size move back up in NVIDIA. They are appearing to give it a little bit of a facelift into the close. VIX is fading a little bit. Dollar's still pressing. Qs are pushing. Russell's falling. New highs on the Dixie. Still holding that EMA 113. The 2-minute chart of the Qs. Still a fierce amount of support there being observed. You can see that 1-minute EMA 113 now is going to be your resistance. The Qs are pressing. All mega cap tech is pressing. Apple's trying to break a little bit of a bullish flag pattern. Amazon just chopping sideways. Google back to 150.67. NVIDIA trying to get back above 940. It's a bit of a strike zone. So we'll see if it gets rejected at this 940 area. Microsoft curling back down. It's now negative on the session again. Losing that EMA again. Here comes a little bit of a flush in the Qs. Dollar's still ripping. Again, if we have a pretty hard flush into the close, remember you have your inverse head and shoulders that we broke out here. A retest to the neckline would all the way be down here, 445-ish. There's plenty of time to get down there, but that could be a decent bounce area. Google's falling, Microsoft falling, NVIDIA still just hanging on. All right, there goes the new lows in decent sized flush there in the market, a really decent sized flush. What a fall there. What a fall. Nice move there. All right, guys, I took profits on 446 Q puts. Did take profits on those 446 QQQ puts. Wow, monster trade. Lost on the 444s. I did take a wash on the 444s. I'll post mine, but I made a monster trade on the QQQ 446s, which cover the losses of the 444s. NVIDIA taking a loss on those 910 puts, but I made money on 940s. But net, Google probably taking a loss on those, definitely taking a loss on the Google 150s, unless we get some sort of a late flush here, which, I mean, there's always a chance. There is always a chance. Feels like NVIDIA and AVGO could announce a split any day. Yeah, it does seem that way. That makes a lot of sense in my opinion. I think we could easily see that split happen. Look at that Dixie. That Dixie is a monster. It's an absolute monster. Wow, man. Tempting to swing some tempting to swing some, I don't know, Bitcoin. Do you think Bitcoin's going to dump over the weekend, guys? It's looking like it. I mean, you got rejected at that neckline, so it is looking likely that it will. I just don't quite know yet. All right, guys, what's the 0 DTE play into the last hour here? What's everyone looking at? What should we do? A lotto play. What should we do? What should we do? Nareesh, what do you like? What's 0 DTE option? Call or put? I'm open to both. What do you like? NVIDIA to 940? NVIDIA? Two people, NVIDIA? All right, it looks like NVIDIA might be the one. Strong horse, weak market. All right, I'll do a little bit of a lotto play. Not yet, though. I'm going to wait for the final, like, 10 minutes, because that's typically where we get that magic wand. Boom. End up pumping it up. But I'll look at some 940 calls. Let's see. 0 DTE. Right now, they're what, 80 cents a bid? 87, so 7 cent spread at the moment on NVIDIA. We are falling here some more. We are falling some more. Markets are in trouble, though. I mean, it's a big, decent size. Russell made new lows. So the Russell did make new lows there. Dixie's softening here. Maybe the Russell 2000 is the 0 DTE play. Canopy growth up 60% still, eh? Jeez, monster, monster, monster. Monster move. Qs are trying to bounce here. All right, I took a little bit of a lotto. 940 calls, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. 940 calls, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. I got filled at 96 cents. 96 cents a con. Just 10 cons for me on this trade. Just 10 cons. And I closed that Google 150 put. Apologies about that loss. Took a pretty decent sized loss on that one. Still up on the day nicely from the likes of Lulu, this last little sell off in the NASDAQ. And now we're riding a lotto play. Oh my goodness, I just realized it's snowing like crazy. VIX is catching a bid. So VIX is also, UVIX is catching a bid, I should say. Typically you don't see that on a Friday. 9:30 put lotto play for me on NVIDIA. Ooh, going against me. I took the call. You're taking the put. Very interesting. I actually hedged with a 650 UVXY call, 0 DTE. It's 1 penny the bid. I mean, oh my goodness, that's insanely cheap. So why not just hedge a little bit? I picked up just a small position there. NVIDIA is still coming lower here, so right now you're definitely winning the trade. You're definitely winning the trade. Let's see if they give this market a little bit of a facelift into the close. Will they wave the magic wand and push things higher? Kind of thinking about swinging some crypto names, but I don't know, Bitcoin's just unpredictable. Bitcoin's very unpredictable. NVIDIA is falling here. NVIDIA is falling here. So it looks like the 930s on NVIDIA are actually going to be printing. 930s on NVIDIA look to be printing well here. Qs are getting a facelift though. Bitcoin's trying to gain some momentum. Final 30 minutes of trading here. Nat Gas also getting a little bit of a buyer's bid into the close, but still weak on the session. Looks to be closing below the short-term 7-day moving average. NVIDIA is catching a little bit of a bid. I did average down on that dip. I'm now sitting with 20 cons at 76-cent average on NVDA. So still down on the position on this lotto play. Still down on the lotto play, but they are trying to give it a little bit of a facelift here. Let's see. Come on. Pump it up. Can we get 940s in the money late in the close? Qs are pressing. Dollar's falling. Cons are now at break even for me. Break even. Come on, you're not out. This is still a fight here. This is still a big fight. Qs are pressing. Lulu had a big dump. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your big butt up there. Qs are pressing. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 940 calls. Let's go. Pump it. Cons are now at 94 cents. 94 cents. Climbing here. Still seeing some resistance in the Qs. NVIDIA is trying to gain some more momentum here into the close. Did get a higher 1 minute close. We should see some continuation off this level, but 10-minute bottoming tail, trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. You will hit some 5-minute chart resistance at 937 3/4, so 937.75. I do see some resistance. The problem is that you have the SOXS actually trying to bounce here. Cons back. Trade is now against me by about 6 cents, 7 cents a con. We are trying to fall here a little bit. Let's see. Come on. Pump it up. Apple's ripping. Google's ripping. Meta just stuck sideways. Amazon stuck sideways. One thing is I'm seeing the SOXS trying to rip here, so that's making me skeptical about NVIDIA even bouncing here. I'm seeing the semiconductor bear ETF trying to hold a large fair share of its gains here late into the close. Come on, NVIDIA. Here comes the 940s. Come on. A little bit of a 1 minute bull flag forming. Can we get it to press into the 940s? Can we get these 0 DTEs in the money? Cons are trading at 94 cents. We're up about 20 cents a con. Still a lot of sell side pressure though. I'm seeing that bear ETF trying to move up. VIX is still holding firm. Google's just flying right now. Google it. AMD is curling down, not really participating in the bounce. Oh, they're trying to take her down. They're trying to take her down, guys. Google's pressing. Qs are just stuck. NVIDIA's curling down. Semis are still trying to see a little bit of distribution in this zone. AMD's weakening. Google, Amazon, a little bit of a bear flag. Microsoft, a bit of a bear flag. Google's breaking out. Meta, slight bear flag. Apple's bull flag. Ooh, the time is starting to decay. SMCI down. Yeah, SMCI is negative now, down by 0.5%. Ooh, NVIDIA losing some of the EMAs. Qs are coming in. Qs are coming in. Are they going to flush it on us? I'm going to add another 5 cons here, guys, to NVIDIA. My average is now sitting at 71 cents a con. 71 cents. Super, super risky. Definitely getting crushed so far on these NVIDIAs. so far getting crushed. Amazon's dumping. Wow, should have taken Amazon puts. Google calls. Jeez. Amazon's getting slaughtered into the close there. Maybe a little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA. We'll see if it plays out. SOX Bear ETF is ripping. So, I mean, you are seeing the Bear ETF catching a big bid, which tells you that other semiconductors are really seeing some distribution in this range, weakening. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good. Naresh is saying 942 cometh, NVIDIA. I don't know, Naresh. It doesn't look good right now. It's not looking too hot. Qs are finding some support, but we'll see. We're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. Dixie faded. Qs are still seeing a little bit of pressure here. Oof. They are trying to take it down. Come on, NVIDIA. Show your might. Show your strength. I mean, the nice thing about even if NVIDIA does fall with this lotto, I'm still hedged with a swing ended long in SOXS off that 311, which is up 5% right now. So, I mean, we're hedged across the board. Are they going to give it to us? Are they going to reward the NVIDIA patrons? Air's out, buddy. Flush it, flush it. Break 933.90. Qs are getting a little bit of a bid. I'm seeing Apple still forming a bull flag. Google's ripping. Here comes the push in NVIDIA. Here comes the push in the Qs. They're going to do it. Here we go. Cons are moving back up. Cons are moving back up, guys. Come on, NVIDIA. Bitcoin's catching a bid as well. Yeah, we're getting above the short-term moving average on the 1 minute chart. Still a lot of sellers though in the semis. I'm seeing that SOXS really near the highs, trading at 326. It's trying to push up, and NVIDIA is trying to push up. So you're seeing a bunch of weakness occurring in other semis. AVGO got demolished. It actually was up almost 1.5% and got faded in the afternoon session here. So AVGO definitely showing signs of weakness. I mean, it's still strong in a monster bull trend. Don't get me wrong. I should rephrase that. Just showing a little bit of late day weakness. All right, so the Qs are trying to push. NVIDIA's still trying to push. Dollar's fading a little bit. Can they take us to 940 late in the session? Canopy growth up 62%. My, oh my. All right, Google's ripping. Microsoft ripping. Apple looks poised to break out of a bull flag pattern here. They seem to be trying to consolidate above the short-term moving average on NVIDIA. Volume's fairly light at the moment during these last couple minute candles, which means that there's not much sell pressure at the moment. Okay, here we come. Come on, pump it, pump it. Big push late into the close. Come on, NVIDIA, keep going. Volume's coming in. Volume is coming in. So there are some sellers, but let's see if the buyers can overpower things. Cons are at 87 cents right now. I'm seeing the bid at 89 cents. All right, guys, I just sold my NVIDIA there. Boom. Just sold it at $1 per a contract. Beautiful. Beautiful. Off 25 cons, made another 725. I am all out of NVIDIA. I'll look for another lotto setup here. We can maybe see something else play out. Let's see what we've got going. I'm going to flip back to the put side. I just took a 935 0DT put on NVIDIA. 20 cons, 935 put. Let's play it now on the downside. Let's see if we can get another move. Got filled at 72 cents a con. Google running out of gas. You're welcome. Thanks, Nareesh. We didn't hit 940 yet, but enough to take profits. I mean, from 75 cents to $1, I'll take that. I'll take that gain. All right, these ones are going against us now at the moment. So basically giving back our long profit. We'll see if it wants to push. It does seem like you're creating a flag pattern to push higher. Dixie's fading. Google's pumping up here into the close. They're trying to push it up still into the close here. QQQ is at some 1 minute chart resistance. 1 minute chart resistance. Dollar's definitely fading here late into the session. NVIDIA is currently up 2.63%. My lotto play after taking profits on the calls, I'm looking at now 935 0DT put on NVIDIA. My average, I have 25 cons sitting at 66 cents. I did add another 5 cons up at this region. Might be my funeral. Let's see. Let's see if they give it to us. NVIDIA's been the strong horse all day. Still super, super strong in the moment. You are hitting 10-minute chart resistance. It's a 7-day moving average on the 10-minute time frame. Come on, break it down. Break it down a little bit. You're just consolidating. Nat gas trying to still move up here late into the close. Still down on the session. Oil's still weak on the session. Dixie's fading pretty sharply. How did Lulu do? Lulu's still coming in just a bit. NVIDIA trying to push again. Volume is starting to come in this region. "17 minutes left. Dixie fading. Qs are popping. Google's running out of momentum here. Yep, Google running out of gas there. It's common sense. You called that one. NVIDIA 940s are approaching. Look at this move. Looks like they will try to do it, although they're trying to sell it back into it. It's a big, big fight here for NVDA. Does have the momentum to get there. It's been strong all day. AMD's softening up just a bit. All right, there's 940s coming in NVIDIA. Should have just stayed in the calls. These are... Look at that pump. Wow. What a rip. What a rip. Look at that pump. Magic wand was waved. Wow, look at those. What a push, though, in the indices. Mega monster move in NVIDIA. Mega monster move. Final 15 minutes of trading. Imagine they take it right back down into this range. Nice job, Nareesh. Nice job. 940s hit. 940s hit. 15 minutes left. Yep, 15 minutes left. Seeing the Dixie trying to bounce here. Qs are still strong, trying to press higher. I am seeing Apple weakening, though. Apple's dumping here. Microsoft under pressure, Google under pressure, Meta pumping, NVIDIA pumping, Tesla rallying. Net, it's creating a little bit of a top wick on the Qs. You can see NVIDIA is still consolidating, acting bullish in this region. Dixie had a nice fade there, but still a very strong day for the DXY US dollar pumping. Really gold and silver reacted. GDX, VIX still holding green on a Friday, kind of interesting. Final 13 minutes left of trading. NVIDIA does appear like it wants to head higher. Running into a little bit of near-term sellers at the moment. Still super, super strong on the session. Qs are pressing. Apple's still under pressure. Apple is still under pressure. There goes NVIDIA trying to break up yet again. NVIDIA's at 942 and climbing. 942 and climbing. Monster move in NVIDIA. Apple really disappointing. Anyone looking at swinging anything in Apple over the weekend? Or is this just looking a little bit bearish chart? Look at NVIDIA go. What a monster. What a monster. Wow. What a move on NVIDIA there. What a move. And it's still trying to go. Look at that. Boom. Right back up. Q's ripping. Microsoft big stick to the green side. Good night, Nareesh. Good night, good night. Thanks for tuning in. NVIDIA's still ripping. Still pushing along with the Qs. Massive bounce off of that 445.60 area, and we've just never looked back since. NVIDIA now up over 3% again. The VIX is also still pushing. Even though we've been rallying, the UVXY has still been pressing higher here into the close. Final 8 minutes left in the session. Qs are still ripping. Dollar hitting some little bit of support here. Look at the Qs retracing back to this neckline. Back to your previous little inverse head and shoulders. Trying to create an inverse head and shoulders here. Looks like it wants to break out. Very interesting. So it sets up for potentially a bullish continuation move on Monday. We're going to really have to see. Wait and see. Qs are still ferociously strong. Apple's still super, super weak. Amazon seeing some more sell side pressure. Qs are still trying to press higher here into the close. Pretty big down candle in the Qs now. Pretty decent down candle. Four minutes left. Right back up NVDA. Qs did see a nice down wick there. Microsoft weakened, Meta weakened. NVIDIA right back up. Final 4 minutes of trading. SMCI is pushing. VIX still strong into the close. Apple very weak into the close. Very, very weak. Dixie weak into the close. Russell weak into the close. Qs are strong into the close. They are trying to push it up again. Have a good weekend. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry about the Google puts, but good job on Lululemon. Good job on the Qs. At least the 446s. And NVIDIA's just been a monster all day. So yeah, we'll have a lot to discuss over the weekend. Remember, stay tuned for the daily analysis video. I'll have that out probably not tonight, sometime either Saturday or Sunday. May even do a member live stream, a private stream where we can look at some charts together, go over a few things. So stay tuned because I may look to do that live stream over the weekend. Qs are coming down in the final hours here. NVIDIA is still remaining firm. Big down move coming in. Final 10 seconds. Qs are selling, but NVIDIA is staying strong. Lifting the Qs, keeping the Qs elevated single-handedly. All right, guys, that's the market close. That is the market close. Again, thank you all for tuning in to the stream. Made a nice amount of money on Lulu. NVIDIA kind of kicked our butt all day, but definitely a solid session here. What I'm interested to see is how stocks really react moving forward to that strength in the dollar. That's what I'm super curious to see. On that note, thank you all. We'll see you on the charts a bit later.